single rank, I don't think is actually going to be that much worse. But we'll see, I guess. Because, like, the funny thing is, with the Potato 13900K, I could run, like, 6600 on 4x16. It still couldn't run 7200 on 2x16. Right? Like, I don't think the clock speed's actually going to change that much. Because, like, yeah, I'm not, I don't know for sure, but I'm expecting that, like, 6800 will probably work. And then it'll, like, I don't think we'll be able to run Pi Prime at, like, 8000 or something. But I don't think the full stability will change that much, because the memory can, like, we'll see. We'll just start with the XMP profile. Hopefully that works. What's this music? I don't know, like, ambient noise? Actually, it's not really ambient. Harsh noise. Adjacent. It's not actual harsh noise. If you've ever heard harsh noise, this isn't harsh noise, but it's getting there. I've tried listening to harsh noise, and it's just, like, it's just kind of boring. Like, I like distortion, but, like, you need to do something with it. Yeah, so 6000 works easy enough. So I guess we'll run some tests to see how it performs. Get a wife and make her angry. But why would I want to get a wife? Tell him it's your relaxation music. I mean, to be completely honest, I do find that actually kind of relaxing. One issue, I don't have context for how this performed on single rank. I think this is pretty fast, but I'm not, like, I don't remember what it did single rank, so... I really need to make myself some, like, reference performance charts for memory kits, because I basically never run anything at stock, so it's like, I don't know how much faster the overclock is than stock. Why would I run stock? How's my game coming along? I haven't been very inspired recently, so there's been zero progress. Like, I don't have it as, like, a hard, like, I don't have, like, a hard production goal on it, so... Yeah, if I don't have any ideas I immediately want to implement, I'm just not really doing anything with it. It's kind of like my music production, where it's just like, I make music. Not seriously, though. No, Windows, we've been through this. You literally undid the updates earlier today. Why are you doing this? I have to drop 7200 XMP below 7000 on the Z790 Maximus formula. Well, at least I don't need to feel so bad about my experiences with the 4 dimmers. You know what, Windows, you can go, you know, reboot by force. Actually, I guess I could have just mashed the reset button for that one. Title says 24. Oh, yeah, because... No, that's correct. It says 24 gigabit. It's not my fault you don't know how memory chips work. Because if I said 48 gigabit memory chips, then it would be like 96 gig DIMMs, which this isn't. This is what I get for connecting the bench OS to the internet. Because yeah. Because this is the OS I used during for testing out if the 14900K is better at mother gunship than my 7800X 3D in my daily system. The only issue with that comparison is, like, my daily system is not anywhere near as clean as this setup is. So, yeah, it wasn't really that... Well, it wasn't a really fair comparison, in my opinion. But the side effect of that is that I had to connect the system to the internet for a bit. So now Windows has gone all weird. Because, like, you take the internet away and it freaks out for some reason. Anyway. So I'm thinking I'm gonna try, like, Gigabyte's, memory presets here. Because... Huh. Yeah, because the last time I worked with this board, when I tried to just punch in manual timings on my own, it didn't like that. I don't remember exactly why, but it didn't like it. So, Gigabyte has the 6800 preset. I feel like that's a bit optimistic. Let's try it at 6400 first. So I ordered 3 straight away. Oh boy. Why? Okay, so the Gene and the Tai Chi, like, kind of make sense, but the Master, like... Because the Tai Chi at least has, like, dual GPU support, whereas the Master just doesn't. In fact, Gigabyte doesn't have a single AM5 motherboard with dual X8 PCIe slots, which is just like, I don't get it. Like, even the Extreme doesn't have dual X8. It used to be, like, the one reason you would realistically want to buy an Extreme, in my opinion. And it's like, nope, that's gone too now. XMP Booster is literally just a bunch of, like, XMP-esque memory timing profiles. It's like MSI's try-it functionality, basically. It doesn't boost anything. It's just a bunch of timing, it's just a bunch of memory profiles that are convenient to load up for profiles. Yeah, I guess profiles. Like, the thing is, when you say memory profile, you know, a lot of people will imagine something with, like, all of the settings, but... oh, I don't have it right here right now, but... Like, most XMP profiles literally only cover the primary timings and a voltage, and that's it. They set the clock, the primary timings, and a voltage. They don't do anything else. And they couldn't really do much more anyway, because... So is it so unstable already that, like, the whole OS is falling apart, or is this just Windows being Windows? Because, like, the thing is, the Gigabyte XMP booster, like, that doesn't load up secondaries or anything. Those are still on auto. Or, like, they're basically JEDEC specs. So, evidently, this is just Windows being freaking Windows. I'm gonna have to reinstall this OS. Man, I love Windows. Windows is great. It didn't really speed up that much, but then again, I wouldn't expect it to. I kinda wonder what the timings look like right now. 64 gigabyte, like 32 gig DIMMs? It can be both. At this point, it's probably A-die, but you might still get M-die. Okay, so that's a bit faster, which is surprising. I guess running PipePrime with like auto subtimings is kind of pointless because no amount of multiple memory ranks is gonna make it run faster. Man, this OS, yeah, this is running really slowly. Why? I don't feel like reinstalling the OS for this. Technically, I have a different OS that should work. Okay, we'll switch operating systems. And I did put Benchmade on that, so I'm gonna, like, deal with this SSD later. And by deal with it, I mean delete everything on it and reinstall Windows. Nah, it wasn't the RAM overclocking. It's like I hooked that Windows install to the internet for like a few minutes, and Windows Update went complete. Like, it's basically Windows Update going completely insane because it hasn't been reconnected to the internet for like a day or two. So like earlier today when I was checking if the OS is also, I switched motherboards and there's like a Wi-Fi driver, so the Wi-Fi driver is probably freaking out. So that's great. Anyway, I'll just purge that OS. Like, that's why the bench OS, like, that's not a problem. It's not a daily OS, I don't care. What, some sort of clock? No, that's CKD and it's not specific to Hynix. Also, I'm not even sure that the clock redriver is going to achieve much. Oh no, this doesn't have the NVIDIA driver! Wait, no, this should have an NVIDIA driver on it. Why is it... Oh wait, that's the really green one. No, we want the blue one. It's this one, right? Yeah. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, we'll just run it at like 200%. That'll work. Is 53C bad for running? No, that's fine. Like, as long as you're not trying to push the refresh interval super ridiculously high, that shouldn't really cause any issues. Would you love the Z790 Master? it's just not very special. Like, it doesn't do anything that's like, oh yeah, this is why I would buy a Master. It's just like it has the same memory topology, and as far like as basically any other well, okay, not literally every other 4-dimmer, but like a lot of other Gigabyte motherboards have basically the same memory overclocking capabilities. Gigabyte's ECLK overclocking implementation is very janky. They haven't done anything about it as far as I know. And then, like, in terms of feature set, it's super generic as a motherboard. Like I guess it has a postcode. But it's like, like, compared to the Gene, like, the Gene is just a better memory overclocker with better power delivery. And then the biggest complaint you could have for the Gene is that it doesn't really have a lot of expandability because it's an MATX board, so there's just not enough space for connectors on it. And then you have the Tai Chi on the other end, which has better better internal I/O than the Master does. Also has a postcode, has similar power delivery capabilities, and well, I'm actually not sure if it's comparable on memory overclocking. It's probably a bit worse from what I've heard. But like, again, like if you care about memory overclocking, you have a freaking Gene. Like, make up your what do you want your board to do, and then choose the board based on that. Right? Like, unfortunately, Asus decided not to make an Apex for AM5, so there isn't one board that does everything. Which was really silly of them. Well, at least this OS is more consistent. Well, early DDR4 was like 3200-ish. Okay, well, 3200 for X99 was really difficult, but like 2666 to 3200, depending on the motherboard and CPU, was totally doable. Like, I dailied 2666 and 2800 on X99. No, this is awful. This is absolutely atrocious. Because, like, if you look at the timings, we still have, like, this is XMP, so the refresh interval is a month. Or, actually, no, it's backwards. The refresh interval is, like, constant. So, yeah, iPrime's super duper slow right now. DDR5 will... I have serious doubts we'll get to 11,000 megatransfers per second. Like, well, it depends if you're talking, like, stable or just validation. Because there's DDR5 valids all the way up to, like well over 6,000 off the top of my head. I don't know what the DDR4 record is right now. Okay, so hopefully 6800 is pretty stable. Like, Intel has interesting motherboards. You have a million 4-dimmers that all suck at memory overclocking, and then there's the Apex. And that's it. I guess you have some ITX boards that are good. You're going to get a 14900. As far as I know, the 14900 KS isn't a thing. makes them worse than others for memory? I mean, with 4 DIMM motherboards, it's mainly the fact that there's 4 DIMM slots on them. But there's like BIOS tuning and the memory topology itself obviously has actually a pretty significant impact. It's just like, is really hard to test for any of this. So it's like if you have a if you have a board and it clocks RAM like trash, it's basically impossible to tell why, because like you're not gonna take a a few $100,000 oscilloscope to the motherboard to check the signal integrity, right? Because that's the kind of equipment that you would need to measure if the topology is good or not, and you'd have to do that for every single data. Yeah, you'd probably have to do that for every single data line, which is just like, yeah, nobody's doing that. It takes way too long and costs way too much. And then on the BIOS side of things, it's like, well, you don't know if it's a BIOS problem until a better BIOS comes out that fixes the memory overclocking, right? Okay, so Y-Cringer still runs. Yeah, this is the thing with Intel's potato memory controller, is like, it's not... Okay, actually it is, I guess, to some extent about how many memory sticks you throw at it. But the problems at high speed are just like inherent to the speed itself, not really anything else in my experience. Like, the boards change it a bit, but like, it's not as much as you would hope it would. What is the frequency of PCIe 5? PCIe 5 runs at like 32 gigatransfers per second? Like, it makes DDR5 look like an absolute joke. Actually, I think it's more than that. No, the funny thing with the gigatransfers is that a pure stream of ones and zeros would be 32 gigahertz if you're at 32 gigatransfers. Right? Like the bit, so at 8 gigabits per second, each bit is 1/8 billionth of a second. So technically, the sampling is done as like the actual sampling of the data is done at like 8 gigahertz. Or you're sampling, yeah, because you're sampling the data 8 billion times per second, but the clock signal is 4 gigahertz because you're doing it, because the clock signal is high-low, but you get like, you're using the transition points. So you get 2 transitions per clock cycle, right? Because you go from high to low, and you use the up transition and the down transition. So you get 2 samples out of a single clock cycle. So it's like the clock is lower than the data rate, but the bits are only there for 1/8 billionth of a second, or 1/8 billionth of a second at 8 gigabits per second. So, and then PCIe Gen 5 is at like 32 gigatransfers. So that's like, yeah, so that gets like sampled at like 32 gigahertz, but PCIe gets away with the much higher speeds because, one, it uses a like encoding scheme to avoid certain really bad data patterns, and 2, it's differential, whereas DDR is single-ended. Well, DDR5 and PCIe are the kind of thing that, like, if you've ever seen the, like, like, high bandwidth oscilloscopes from, like, Keysight, like the 100 gigahertz. They have a 100 gigahertz, but they have, like, a 20 gigahertz, which is, like, the more cost-optimized version. That scope is basically, like, meant for testing PCIe and DDR interfaces. Actually, I don't think the 20 gigahertz one is viable for PCIe 5, but older PCIe version is viable. Man, I love the Intel memory controller. This right here is why I'm not sure that a clock redriver is actually going to do anything. Because I don't think the memory controller is struggling to drive the clock to the memory sticks, at least not in my case. I think it's struggling to read the data or shuffle the data through itself. One of the two. Like, it's either a sampling issue, as in it just doesn't register at really high data rates reliably, or it literally cannot move the data through itself without distorting it somehow. As in, the data gets sampled correctly, and by the time it gets to the cores, it's scrambled. Because, like, you'd think, like, for stability, right, the limit with this motherboard with single rank DIMMs was, like, 7,200 on auto would error out. So you'd think dual rank would have, like, a massive frequency penalty. But it doesn't. Right? Because dual rank is supposed to be harder for the memory controller to drive, but I don't think there's ever been like a drive. Well, the thing is, drive is like, as long as the memory chips are able to sample the data, it doesn't matter if the memory controller has to drive more memory chips, right? Also, I'm not even sure. Actually, no, the timings we're at should work for 7200. No, motherboards generally use X7R, or I think X5S is pretty common as well, or something like that. And then my favorite part is when people tell me, it's like, oh, my timings are wrong. And it's like, yeah, that's why it doesn't work on auto. Literally can't do JDEC timings, but my timings are definitely not good. Okay, well, 7200 is a problem, so I guess that's good to see. Actually, I think X6S, wait, I think X6S is also pretty common, but the thing is, like, the capacitors wouldn't, like, those are just used for, like, bulk decoupling for vCore. Oh, did it finally train? No. Yeah, the thing is, you don't need, like, super stable capacitors outside of the signal path. And I'm not even sure that there are any capacitors in the... Yeah, not for DDR. A PCIe has coupling capacitors in it. Right, you'll notice that, like, that's what the little, the little multi-layer ceramics right at the PCIe slot. those are coupling capacitors, but those I think are like 200 nanofarad off the top of my head. Gene VS Master. At the time, the BIOS was still too weak to really make a difference for the memory OC. But as far as I know, the Gene very consistently does 8000, whereas the Gigabyte 4 dimmers, well, I don't have a Gene to check for myself, because I have one CPU. The Gigabyte 4 dimmers don't do 8000 super easily, so then I don't know, though, if, like, maybe my testing standards aren't just higher than the people going like, oh yeah, the Gene does 8000 100% of the time, and it's because they can't be bothered to stress test anything. That's always fun. Seeing somebody post like, oh look, my DDR5 8000 works, and it's like they ran 15 minutes of test mem, and I'm just like, what? On what planet does this count as working? I entered the wrong voltage. Hynix 8i? I don't know, because I don't have a ton of different speed bins. And my experience with Hynix 8i is that, like, I have 3 kits. 2 of them are 7200, and 1 of them is 7800. None of them work at XMP unless I run them on AMD motherboard. Actually, no, the 7800 doesn't even work on AMD motherboards on auto. So, yeah, and in terms of, like, trying to push them, I haven't really tested for that. Or like I can run benchmarks on basically any of them all the way up to like 8000, and then for stability, none of them work on Intel. So, or, well, okay, actually, I haven't checked the 7200s on the Apex, but the 7800 kit, okay, so on 4-DIMM motherboards, none of them work. On 2 dimmers, the 7200s work, and I think the 7800 works on the Apex. And nowhere else. So, you know. Let's go really loose, because I want this to work. I wonder if this might help, because as far as I know, this is what, like, AMD memory controllers use for dealing with really, really high memory speeds. But somehow I doubt it. Also, I have a sneaking suspicion that, like, DIMM on die termination, like, a lot of these training options, I don't think they work. It's impossible to actually check on Intel memory controllers, like, what your termination settings are after the system booted. But I get the feeling these don't do anything, because I've tried turning them on and off and the stability doesn't change. So that, like, I've been wondering about that. Whereas on AMD, you have a bunch of training options, and if you want to, you can make your system post for like 4 minutes. Because it'll spend so much time on memory training. And actually, if you have more RAM, it'll take even longer, because as far as I know, it does the memory training procedure for each individual rank. So the more ranks you have, the more time it spends on training. Though I think it does both channels simultaneously. Yeah, I don't think there's... I haven't checked this, though. There might actually be, like, a training time difference. Actually, it might do one channel at a time. I haven't checked, though. Anyway, what are we at? We're gonna go for 7,000, yeah. I want to check that this even boots at all. CPU Biscuit, it's Gigabyte's version of SP rating. Corsair runs way tighter timings and 200 megahertz higher. I mean, it could also just be the Silicon Lottery, really hard to tell. Okay, so the UCLK is literally the memory controller clock. Honestly, I don't know. No, I actually do know why it's exposed, but like people need to like get it through their heads that this is the memory controller clock. It has to be a ratio of the memory clock. Okay? Like, you can't... Like, how is the memory controller supposed to issue commands to the memory if it's running at a different clock from the memory? Right? A DDR5 6000 in 1-to-1 mode, your DDR5 runs at 3 gigahertz, and your memory controller runs at 3 gigahertz. So when the memory control... Like... They're like... They need to run at the same clock. This is like how... You know, the L1 cache runs at the same clock as the core, because otherwise you'd need a buffer between your L1 cache and your core, and that would be really stupid. It's like, yes, we're gonna put an intermediate buffer between the memory controller and the memory sticks, so that the UCLK can now run at a different clock from the MCLK, while we add more latency to the memory system because there's this buffer that shouldn't even exist. Or no, actually, you'd move the buffer that goes between the UCLK and the FCLK, you'd move that buffer between the MCLK and the, between the MCLK and the UCLK. And you'd be like, yes, now my UCLK is synced to the FCLK, except there's that buffer still exists, it's just in a different place. And I don't actually know how you'd implement it, because, like... What is the low-loss PCB they use for PCIe 5 boards? No, it's very specifically not FR4. I'm not sure what it is, because they don't actually specify, like, which, like... low-loss substrate they use, but there's like a whole bunch of variants of it. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, there was like, early on, I think for PCIe 4, they just started doing like, what was it, the like spread weave for the fiberglass, where it's like the fiberglass weave consistency is like higher because it gets like rolled or something. And then you don't have like gaps in the weave, which are a problem for really high-speed signals, because high-speed signals are basically magic. And they complain about everything. I kind of feel like I want to enable the safe boot function, so we're gonna do that. I don't generally have enough PTFE laminate. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I haven't tried asking. Can you do a DDR5 overclocking video on an Apex Encore? No, because I don't have one. And I don't feel like asking for one, because the less time I have to spend dealing with Intel CPUs, the better my life is. I have noticed a significant improvement in my mental health ever since I just decided to stop trying to stress test Intel CPUs. You know, instead of trying to deny the reality of the memory controller being a horrible pile of garbage, I've just accepted that it's a horrible pile of garbage, and my new method of dealing with that fact is to simply not try to push it to very high memory speeds. Because instead of spending a month trying to make something that won't work, I can spend like a day or two on settings that actually work. Sure, they're usually something like DDR5 6933 or something, but at least they frickin' work. And I don't get to spend multiple months on just nothing. What? So you're saying 2-to-1 mode will continue to be necessary for high MCLK? Well, if AMD made the memory controller capable of running at 4 gigahertz, then no. Right, like, the thing is like, are they gonna design a memory controller that can run at 4 gigahertz? Probably not. But who knows? Like, maybe they will. Maybe they'll make a memory controller that does 5 gigahertz, and then you can just permanently run it in 1-to-1 mode. Hynix said Cam 2 will come to desktop. Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't really paid attention to what exactly it is, though. Okay, we'll drop it to 6800, because now it isn't working for some reason. And I guess put this back on auto. Like, the funny thing is, I've tried a few of those trading options in the past, really hoping that they would do something, and they never really seem to do anything. I had 64 gigs of 7000 on Unify stable and everything, even ran Y-Cruncher, and next day it crashed Y-Cruncher in 45 minutes. Did you have memory retraining turned off? Or just like... Didn't retrain, yeah. See, this is the thing. I've heard people say, like, oh, you should, like, once it trains correctly, you should, like, turn the retraining things off, and it's like, yeah, but in my experience, that doesn't fix that. So I'm glad to have that confirmed by somebody else. Which doesn't make any sense. Like, what even changed? Like, my best guess is that it's, like, a thermal issue. Like, the random, like, instability is, like, some kind of thermal issue, or it's, it's a physical thing. It's not, like, training parameters. It's, like, something in the physical world changing and screwing the CPU over. And it's, So, my theories have been, like, the CPU thermally expands, slightly changes contact with the pins in the DIMM slot, and gets screwed, or the termination at the CPU thermally drifts a significant amount. Where it's like... But then that doesn't make sense, because if you pass, like, Y-Cruncher and then pass Karhu and then, like, pass, like, a low-temp memory stress test, then you'd think, like, okay, it works across the entire temperature range. Why would it suddenly change from a reboot? So, is it maybe it's contact, like, probably contact related or something. Gigabyte fast boot do the same thing as MSI skip training? Yep. It's not going to be noise from the mains power. If it was noise from the mains power, AMD's memory controller would have all of the same problems that Intel has. And it doesn't. Like, I've pulled AMD motherboards out of the freaking box, reinstalled the CPU, and have them reboot to settings that required like 4 retrains, without a retrain, perfectly stable. Probably because it fails when it tries to resume with the old memory training settings. Would be my guess for why it like sometimes randomly retrains. Okay, so evidently these voltages are like completely wrong. Wait, is this some cursed setup where it's like everything has to be at 1.35 again? Because the XMP profile from Gigabyte is like 1.35. I guess maybe it needs more system agent voltage because it is dual rank. Man, I can't wait. I'm really interested to see these DIMMs on AM5. Because I've been thinking about like 7600 dual rank. I'm not sure if it'll work, but that's like it might not be that hard to run, is what I'm hoping. 2x32 or 416 is same difficulty. 2x32 should generally clock higher. No, this is very different from 16 gig DIMMs. Man, I don't know what the Gigabyte, like, XMP boosters do, because, like, it does, like... I can't get this to post with the worst timings. My daily system's a 7800X3D with a 4070 Ti, and the motherboard's a Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master. Not because it's like my favorite AM5 motherboard ever, it's just because I had one. And it fit the like key requirements of my daily system, which is like have many USB ports, have a postcode. Actually, that wasn't even a requirement. I could live with a board without a postcode, especially on AM5 where the postcode basically doesn't tell you anything useful. Like you either get a 15, which means you're memory training, or you don't get a 15, and that means something went wrong and you need to clear CMOS. Okay, sometimes you can rely on the board to like fix itself, but most of the time it's like, oh, it's not stuck on 15 and it isn't posting, clear CMOS. So what is the booster doing that like I'm not? Are you using ECLK on it? I did for a bit, but there's like one issue with AM5 motherboards, which the thing is I'm on a super old BIOS. I haven't updated in ages. But basically sometimes, and I'm not sure if this got fixed, which is why I'm pointing out that this is an old BIOS. But basically sometimes AMD motherboards will try to, like, they'll retrain, and they'll retrain wrong, and then they get stuck on bad settings until you force another retrain. And the problem with ECLK overclocking on Gigabyte motherboards is that if you ever turn it off, you need to basically reset the BIOS to turn it back on again. And so when I found out that the system was having some kind of post issue, I was like, oh, maybe it's the ECLK overclock. It wasn't the ECLK overclock, but I can't be bothered to go through the, like, clear CMOS and turn it back on again for, like, 3.5% more CPU performance. When I do eventually update the BIOS, I do plan to re-enable the ECLK overclock, but not in any hurry to do that. Well, now even the XMP booster doesn't work, so that's fun. And finally train. Yeah, my brother ran into the bad memory training bug on a system that literally runs JDEC. Like, I helped him put together a PC over Discord, and I chose the parts for him because he just wanted to upgrade his daily system. And so he has a Ryzen 7700 with, I think, actually a DDR5 6000 kit, but I couldn't be bothered to tell him to turn on the XMP profile. It wasn't that expensive, so... but he has like a Hynix memory kit, and I was like, maybe I'll tell him, and then I decided not to. And like, I think sometime in December he was like, yo, my PC's like super broken. And he had like all these really weird issues, and I was like, oh, that sounds like a memory stability problem, but like, you're in JDEC. How the hell is this possible? And then I told him to just clear the CMOS, and fixed. Because yeah, like, sometimes it just retrains like completely wrong, and then it doesn't work. And the worst part is that if you have the default memory, like default BIOS settings, it'll automatically go, like, it'll normally default to having memory context restore enabled. So if it ever mistrains, it gets stuck on that for like ages. So yeah, like, wacky issue, but it's relatively easy to fix. You just force a retrain. You don't actually need to clear the CMOS, you just need to retrain the memory. But the thing is, if you have memory context restore enabled, it won't retrain on its own. So it's like, if you don't know what you might run into, it's a pain, like, you can't deal with it. Oh, so the booster worked now. Okay, let's see what the booster actually did. Okay, SA is at 1.25, VDD2 is at 1.4, so I'm assuming VDDQ is also at 1.4. Wait, no. I want to go into Windows and open up hardware info, check what's happening with the voltages. The Gigabyte BIOS doesn't give you a VDDQ readout. That's high VDD2 for 6800. Yeah, but I was trying like 1.35 earlier, and that wasn't posting at all. The Gigabyte AM5 board's bad? No, actually, in terms of memory stability, I'd say they're some of the best. I know I did just give an example of like a... Did I mention that the board that my brother has is a Gigabyte board? Anyway, which, like, yeah, he has a Gigabyte board, but that, like, retraining problem happens on everything, as far as I know. And I've like run into that issue once in like several months, and the same is true for my brother. He had that PC for a few months before that issue popped up. I think it was a few months. Yeah, and I've had like similar issues with other manufacturers as well, and it really depends on the BIOS version you're on as well, so it's like, I think the most weird issues I've had on AM5 for memory would have been Asus boards. But even, like, I think even those behave relatively well these days, but I haven't tried any, like, the most recent BIOS for the Asus boards that I have, but the last time I tried to run DDR5 7600 on them, it was really bad. Like, it didn't work at all, whereas on Gigabyte boards that actually works pretty well, and on ASRock boards that works also pretty well. 7600 does. Yeah, and on Asus it was not great. Alright, where's hardware info? There's hardware info. Oh, I guess I also have hardware info in Benchmate. Wait, is this up to date enough to even give us all the measurements that I want? VDDQ. Oh, 1.3. Oh, so that's interesting. So we've got like 1.4 volts of VDD2, but VDDQ is at 1.3 and SA is at 1.25. Did Gigabyte send you this board? Yes. And Corsair sent the memory kit, and Intel sent the CPU. So they must all be extremely thrilled about me complaining about the memory overclocking. Actually, the memory kit's a DDR5 6000 kit, so the fact that, like, we're at 6800, that's, like, as far as I'm concerned, that looks good. Better than, like, all the high-end memory kits that I, like, the few high-end memory sticks that I have where it's like, yeah, if I tried to run these on an Intel CPU, I need to underclock them by varying degrees. So I want to try more memory voltage, though, because, like... Well, actually... it should be fine. Wait, no, because... So VDDQ... We'll try it like this. Because VDD is what really affects the timings, whereas VDDQ is mostly just for, like, getting the frequency where you want it. No, I guess we want to check Y-Cruncher, and it didn't retrain, so if the stability got worse, then... be a problem. Your personal BIOS tier list. In what way? I think my favorite BIOS in terms of, like... The thing is, I've heard that MSI's done some weird things with their AM5 BIOS. So it used to be that I would just default to going like, well, MSI's BIOS is my favorite because it's the only one that makes sense-ish, kinda. Whereas like Gigabyte, ASRock, Asus, they all have varying degrees of clunk. Both Asus and Gigabyte suffer from the submenu, like submenus for submenus for submenus, and then Asus suffers from not being capable of naming things with the normal conventions. Like one of my favorite things about Asus BIOS is that they have the termination resistances labeled in clock cycles instead of, you know, a unit of resistance like the ohm. I mean, it's a minor thing, but it's just weird. Like, why? Then Gigabyte, like, so Gigabyte's AM for Z790 specifically, Gigabyte's BIOS, we've got this really fun situation where, like, technically there is a TRP register on the CPU. There's a dedicated TRP register. It's, like, been a thing since 11th gen. Gigabyte's BIOS does not implement the ability to set TRP to something different from the TRCD. I don't know why. There's also no TRCDW setting. That's arguably less of a problem than the TRP being linked to TRCD, but, like, why? Then we have the typical Intel motherboard manufacturer special of a bunch of memory timings that the memory controller physically doesn't have registers for. Like, this timing doesn't exist. Okay, actually, so this doesn't exist. Straight up, like, Intel only has, like, they just use TRAS and TRP there's no TRC register. TWR doesn't exist. We have two other timings for that, called write to pre-charge and write to power down enable, which actually, write to power down enable has nothing to do with pre-charge, so... And the reason I bring up write to power down enable is because write to power down enable, for some ungodly reason, in the memory timing readout utilities, is used for calculating the TWR value, which doesn't make any sense, because write to power down enable, like TWR is write recovery. From all the documentation I've read, it's literally just supposed to be write to pre-charge, as in from the end of the write operation, from the end of the write burst to a pre-charge command. And the reason this exists is so that you don't try to, like, pre-charge a row before the data has been properly written to it. Like, the data's actually in the row so that when you pre-charge it, it gets to the memory array. If I'm remembering how memory works correctly. And so Intel handles this differently, where they have write to pre-charge, which is measured from the write command, not the write burst, right? Write to recovery is measured from the write burst. Write to pre-charge is measured from the write command to the pre-charge command. So where the burst is on that is just kind of like, well, like, it still matters, but, like, Intel like, the timing is implemented differently, and TWR doesn't exist. And then you have write to power down enable, which just doesn't have anything in common to pre-charge, because you can put a memory stick in power down with or without the rows pre-charged. Like, you can have open rows on a powered down memory stick. Which is weird to think about, but it is a thing. And power down just puts the I/O portion to sleep, so yeah. Off the top of my head, at least, I think. It's been a while since I've checked on that. But anyway, so like, this doesn't exist. This does. This does. This does. This doesn't. This is handled by the tertiary timings. And WTRL also doesn't. Right, so like, WTR is handled by write to read same group, write to read different group, write to read different rank, and write to read different dim. And again, the difference is that these are calculated from the write command, whereas write to read is calculated from the write burst. Right? So, like, Intel really doesn't like doing things from a write burst in their memory controller, so they just don't, like, everything is implemented from the command, not the burst. So this would be like the delay between a read command from the end of a write burst. And off the top of my head, you should be able to calculate it with, like, I'm actually not going to get into that. There should be something like cast write latency, write burst length, and there's, I think, a bit more to it than that, but yeah, anyway. RTP also doesn't exist for basically the same reason. Instead, you have read to pre-charge down here. Actually, RTP stands for read to pre-charge, but RD pre over here is Intel's actual, like, register name for it. So yeah, like, but this is like typical Intel motherboard manufacturer weirdness, where it's like you have a bunch of timings in the BIOS that don't actually exist on the CPU. Which leads to some funny bugs, like when Z690 first launched, if you tried to set RTP on a Gigabyte motherboard, it wouldn't post. Probably, I don't know why it wouldn't post, but it wouldn't. Instead, you had to use the TRD pre-timing over here. And the silly thing about this is like, yeah, but why does this setting even exist? Right? Like, why is RTP even a thing? It's not, like, the CPU doesn't have an RTP register, it has an RD pre-register. And to be fair, they do exactly the same thing. But why is it twice? Why is it in the BIOS twice? Asus solves this by simply relabeling RD pre to RTP, which is like fair enough. Like that's fine. You have one setting that does the thing. Oh, and then we have the CCD timings, which also don't exist, like TCCD, TCCDL, TCCDL-WR, like, none of those are a thing. Those are all implemented in, like, tertiary timings. So, like, why are they there? I have no idea. You can't find them in any Intel documentation because they don't exist, but Gigabyte has them in the BIOS. MSI also has a bunch of, like, memory timing, like, memory settings that are, like, super weird. But some of them are, like, because they're actually physical, like, because you have certain timings that are on the memory controller and certain timings that are, like, there's registers for them on the memory stick. So MSI in their BIOS has a bunch of timing settings that are for the registers on the memory stick, which I'm not sure are actually used. So I still don't know why they're there, but they're there, and they at least make sense in that they do physically exist somewhere in the hardware, instead of just, like, they don't. In the case of what we have here. Anyway, what was I trying to do? Did I reboot this? Oh yeah, I did. Wait, why? Okay, I did, and it is working. So I wanted to try for... Wait, this is a 34. Yeah, I wanted to try for, like... higher memory clocks. Well, let's see if this still reboots. He just wanted to say thanks, you were right about my system crashing at idle due to negative curve offset. There's a reason I don't have a video about using Curve Optimizer, or at least, actually that's not true. I do have a video showing how Curve Optimizer doesn't do very much for performance, and I have no videos showing how to use Curve Optimizer because as far as I'm concerned, it's a pointless waste of time. Yours Gigabyte MB, is it known where the ISO ports? What are ISO ports? Alright, what are we at right now? Well, it rebooted, so that's something, I guess. We're still at 6800, okay. Like, I don't care if people screw up their own system with Curve Optimizer, but, like, I get kind of annoyed when I see any, like anybody, like, recommending that people use Curve Optimizer. Because in my experiences, it's an absolute stress testing nightmare. And the usual excuse is like, oh, you just run Core Cycler, and it's like, but that doesn't test partial load as far as I know. Right? It's like, because the problem isn't like, oh, it's going to crash at 100% load on one core. No, it's going to crash at 10% load on one core. Also, I really hate that album. Actually, no, it was the first half of it. Right? So, like, AMD's PBO is, like, weirdly overhyped for how bad it is. And I don't get why. Like, the ECLK, I can get that. Because, like, technically, because with ECLK, you can at least force the CPU to go faster, and then you suffer the negative stability consequences of doing that, of course, but arguably less difficult to validate stability. Actually, it's technically speaking, it shouldn't be, because it's the same, it brings up all the same issues as Curve Optimizer, but, like, it's almost certainly going to start crashing at idle first, rather than at high load, because AMD's stock voltage frequency curves are really rich at high load. Like, it runs a ton of extra voltage at 100% load. So if you're just doing ECLK, there's just no way that you're going to crash 100% load, and so you're pretty quickly going to start noticing, like, hey, at like 104.5 ECLK, the OS starts sort of disintegrating in front of you. So you can sort of go like, okay, if 104.5 is really not stable, 103.5 is probably going to be okay. And that's like the approach I took with my daily system. Which is why I dailied like 103.5 ECLK, and it was just like, yeah, it should work, because all the way up to, like, it doesn't really get super weird until 104.5. That's when, like, the first signs of instability start showing up, and they show up really at idle. You know, and because you're not trying to, like, fine-tune the voltage or anything, and you're going in pretty big steps, you're probably not gonna end up in a situation where you're, like, right on the edge of it being kind of unstable. Right? Because that's just the worst, when it's like, oh yeah, it crashes in 0.1% of load scenarios, and it's just like, ah. So it's impossible to tell why. Because it doesn't happen consistently enough. Okay, so we are at 7,000 now, but that worked before. So that's not progress. Right, the stability's worse. Thoughts on the Patriot CKD clock driver? So the clock redrivers have been they've been in the news a bunch of times. They're still not available. And also, I don't know why, like, obviously I don't have equipment capable of measuring what the problem with the Intel memory controller is. But I don't think it's a clock issue. Like, yeah, like, it doesn't, like, because my understanding is, like, if the clock had, like, significant jitter or something, then that would obviously cause, you know, like, read and write errors. But, like, my experience with the like, stability on the Intel memory controller is that it's just, like, super like, I don't think it's a clock issue. Like, I might be wrong about it, but to me it always seemed like this is, like, the training is just bad. So, like, the reference voltage, like, it's, like, terminations or reference voltages or, like, something related to actually sampling the data is bad. Because the stability just, like, is so random. Which, if you had, like, a clock issue, you would expect it to just fall apart completely, but it doesn't. It just barely works for, like, ages. Again, I could be entirely wrong about that, but I'm not sure. Maybe I should force a retrain. Oh no, I cleared CMOS, so the safe boot function got disabled again. No. Honestly, I'd actually be perfectly happy just tuning this at 6800 and calling it a day. Yeah, like, Intel IMC seems extremely sensitive to voltage sweet spots. Yeah, so I'm not sure how a clock redriver would fix that. Because, like, as far as I know, all that chip does is, like, the clock signal from the CPU, instead of going all the way to the memory chips, goes to this chip, and then that chip spits out the same clock signal all the way to the memory chips. And my question is, but what if the memory controller is just struggling to measure the difference between a 1 and a 0? What if the 1 and a 0 look extremely similar at the memory controller because the termination settings are wrong? Oh, oops, I pressed load optimize defaults. Lapping AM5 is worth it? No. Because the IHS really is so thick that, like, lapping the IHS would maybe make sense if the IHS wasn't a brick. If you want to do something for the thermals, you could go with, like, the high-performance IHS from Der Bauer. I still haven't tested mine, man. I'm so behind. Thermal Grizzly AM5 frame? I think frames for AM5 are... Wait, you mean the direct die frame? Oh, yeah, I've tried it. Direct die on AM5, like, you really need a water block that actually works well for direct die. If you try to use it with an AIO, it's going to suck. Because I tried it with an AIO, and as far as I can tell, the cold plate on those things is just way too thin, and the heat just doesn't spread. Like, you basically, like, the temperature just kind of sucks. And I talked to Der Bauer about it, and he said basically, yep, you're not the first person to notice that. Direct die with an AIO doesn't work. Because the AIOs, they just don't spread the heat enough. So for AIO applications, he has that, like, high-performance heat spreader thing, which I think is available. I don't know what R-on resistance actually stands for. Eh, we'll turn, like, we'll try turning it on. Actually, yeah, let's just turn on all the trading settings. It's totally gonna help. Derbauer has a video showing, like, the AIOs, like, kind of failing at direct die. The funny thing is, I've tried basically this... Yeah, sure, let's retrain the march. I've tried basically doing this in the past when, like, pushing for 7600, like, for 7800 and 8000, and it never actually achieved anything. We're not going to turn that one on. That one tends to make stability worse. Okay, let's turn that. Well, voltage centering, right voltage centering... Drive strength, sure, everything. I think I'll leave that one on auto. I'm assuming that one isn't expected to work at high speeds. Is my thought process. And now we disable fast boot. Let's go for... Okay, let's go for 7,000 initially. 3, 1.3, and then 1.2. And I turned on safe mode, yeah. 5-min boot? Nah, it's Intel. I'm not even sure those training options do anything. On AMD, the funny thing is on AMD you don't have anywhere near that many different training options. You just have like a bunch of settings for the DFE training, which I've tried reading some like explanation what DFE is. It's like wizard things. So, yeah, I'm not going to try to explain that. But, yeah, so you just have a bunch of options for, like, configuring the DFE training. And if you fiddle with the, like, if you max those out so that the memory controller just tries every single... Because that's basically what it is just, like, the memory controller brute forcing like, DFE is, like, some kind of wacky... We'll just go with wacky compensation thing to, like, clean up noise. Instead of, like, trying to not have the noise, it, like, compensates for it. Which makes zero sense, but, like high-speed electronics wizardry. But, anyway, so if you, like, max all of those options out, basically the memory controller goes in like 1 millivolts or something crazy like that increments of trying to optimize itself. And that's why it takes 4 minutes to post on like 32 gigs of memory. If you max out all the training settings. Because it literally, like, the memory controller just goes through every single option to figure out which one is best. Whereas Intel's memory controller never does that. There's, like, I've never seen an Intel board take 4 minutes to post, which makes me kind of, you know, which is, like, a bit, like, I've wondered about, like, is that possibly why the stability is so bad at high speeds? Because, like, the memory controller just doesn't even try to train. It just boots, and it's like, yep, like, the first set of settings where it's like, yep, I can tell the difference between this 1 and 0, we're going. NBA SD data ion am fine still as the default interface. I haven't tried that. AIO cold plates are typically too thin for direct die. Well, that's why they don't spread the heat, is because they're so thin. Right? Like, how heat spreads through a solid material is basically across, like, it's a lot like electrical current. It's basically just cross-section. If you have a very thin plate, it's going to be significantly less thermally conductive than a cube. In the, like, direction of the plane of the plate, right? Anyway, we booted back up again. I'm gonna try to put this back up at 1.4, because that's the auto setting on this board. Do you have a 1080 Ti reference? Actually, I do have a 1080 Ti reference card. Why? What were you doing with the data I settings? No, the reference is pretty generic NVIDIA. Wait, you mean non-blower? Yeah, no, that's reference NVIDIA. If you mean the superclocked card, that's reference NVIDIA. They made the fittings? I don't think so. Well, maybe. But the thing is, well, you need to thicken the thins, because you run into the same problem. If you have a really thin micro fin, and you make it super tall, the top end of it is just going to be the same temperature as the water and going to functionally be useless. Right? Like, if you make the heatsink fin too tall relative to how thick it is, the top of it is just going to not, like, the heat's never going to get to the top of it, so why is it even there? Non-blower EVGA ref. Yeah, if you mean the super clocked, that's just a reference NVIDIA PCB. Unless you mean the FTW card, but that's not, like... No, you can't post links. Just post the model number. Apparently 1.4 volts of VDD2 helps. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I would have called a super clocked. That's literally a reference NVIDIA PCB. Why on earth would you want one? You could buy... Especially why on earth would you want the EVGA version, because the EVGA version has even worse VRM cooling than the reference card, which is why a few of these blew up, probably. Because the funny thing is, like, the FTWs had, like, actual, like, manufacturing issues. But there at the time, I remember there also being a few superclocks that died, and those just used the reference PCB. So anyway, yeah, that card is just a reference PCB. Like, if you have that heatsink, you could probably buy pretty much any 1080 and that heatsink will fit on it. Any reference 1080. Did I raise the memory clock by any chance? No, we're still at 7,000. Wait, why is the cast latency so high? What did I do? Does XMP DDR5 work on AM5? Yeah, it does. Like, as long as it's not too ridiculously high. So, like, DDR5 6000 XMP works just fine on AM5. Know if it's safe to buy somewhere. What do you mean by safe to buy? Just go buy it on eBay. It's an old GPU. What do you mean by safe model? It's a reference NVIDIA PCB. It's not safe from the get-go. The memory VRM will probably blow up at some point in time. For some reason, that happens a lot to 1070s. Oh, you mean not mining? Yeah, no, you're screwed on that. $7,900 GRE overclockable to something decent? I don't know, I don't get sent GPU review samples. And GPUs are very expensive, so I don't make a habit of, or at least modern GPUs are very expensive, so I don't really make a habit of buying them. Now, old junk you find on eBay, that's a different matter. Look, just find, if you're looking for reference 1080s and you're that worried about them buying, just buy 2 of them. That way when one of them dies, you can just move the heatsink to the other one and then you have a working one again. Like, I don't know where you, like, how would I know where you would find, like, old used cards that, old cards that haven't been used? Like, you'd have to go find some retailer that, like, failed to sell their stock or something. Maybe turning on all the memory training options did actually do something. This looks like it's gonna post. Ah, I got my hopes up. I'm pretty sure him posting that many, like, a line per message is boosting the, like, engagement rate on the video, so don't stop him. Or at least I hope it's boosting the engagement rate. That doesn't mean you should spam empty messages. Please, chat, please get into a flame war about whether NVIDIA or AMD make better GPUs. Why is the 4070 Ti the most hated GPU of this generation? Is this the board or the Intel IMC? I honestly don't know. I also don't care any longer. Like I've mentioned earlier in the stream, my life's been a lot better ever since I've just accepted the mediocreness of the Intel memory control, of the Intel platform. Just like, oh, it doesn't want to boot at 7200? Well, then I guess, like, you know, it's been, an hour and 30 minutes? I still haven't made any progress on 7200? I guess we're just not going to do 7200. That's okay. We can run other memory settings, like 7000 or 6933, but we're going to try 7000 first, though I don't have high hopes for that actually working. Also, having all of the training options enabled looks pretty stupid, but... Let's try punch in some better settings now. We're in 7000, so like 34... 44... Actually, 44 is really high. Like, 42 should work. Man, I wished TRAS was separate. 34? Yeah, that should work. We've got fun-looking timings. Right, that doesn't exist. Let's go with 32 for now. 8, 12, 600, 400, 16, not that it does anything in this configuration, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 255, TXP4, 44, 12, 44, 8, 16, 8, 20, oh wait, we have different rank timings now, and they, like, actually matter. Forgot about that. So we should, oh yeah, we're gonna want to try tuning those manually, I guess. Where are we? Why? Okay. 15 will, yeah, that should round up to 16. Like, as far as I can tell, Intel, for DDR5, Intel doesn't do odd tertiaries. Because, like, there's a very measurable difference between, like, 8 and 10, but 8 and 9 is the same thing. Or, like, 8 and 9, like, 9 and 10 is the same thing, whereas 8 and 10 is very different. And 7 and 8 is the same thing, and 6 doesn't work, and 5 doesn't work. And, like, 11 and 12 also have the same performance. And, like, those are big differences if you're setting your different group timings to, like, you know, you go from 8 to 12 on your different group timings, and the performance goes down the drain. So you set, like, 8 to 11, performance goes down the drain. 11 to 12 is actually the same thing. So I don't think the odd timings are supported. Anyway, we're going to want real-time memory timing enabled so that I can fiddle with them in the OS. Honestly, I'll be pretty happy if I get like a 6800 overclock out of this working, considering that for single rank I only managed 6933. It's like, if you just lower your standards, eventually you'll be satisfied. Okay, so Y Cruncher is already very upset, but I don't really care that much about that. Pipe Prime is way faster now, because TREFI is high, like, very loose. I think this is behind single rank, though, for the same speed. Maybe. I really need to get myself some, like, reference performance data soon. Anyway, main thing I wanted to test, and actually, do I have... Okay, I have MemTest Pro on this one, so we should be... Oh no, it hates E-cores! Okay, well, we're gonna have to go say bye-bye to the E-cores. I guess I could also drop it to 6800 at the same time. And stuff would be good for 6200 on Ryzen. Honestly, on Ryzen, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, this did 7600. And the reason I say that is I'm, like, relatively certain I saw a screenshot of somebody doing 7800 with 48 gig DIMMs on Ryzen. No, that's in 2-to-1. But I think with dual rank, 2-to-1 might actually just be better than any 1-to-1 setup. Wendell can barely do 6,000 on 1-to-1? What? How many CPU, like, with one CPU or, like, multiple CPUs? How much RAM? This post, I can post this CPU at 8,000 on this board. I did that the last, like, live stream. Or, not last live stream, like, I did a live stream with this motherboard and this CPU with single rank DIMMs, and it boots 8,000. You can't run anything heavier than Pi Prime, but it'll boot 8,000. Because that's the magic of the Intel memory controller. Everything boots and nothing works. 96 gigs of RAM on 7950X. Oh, interesting. Well, I guess guess I'll see how things go. Wait, he's running that as 2x48, right? Not like 4x24. Yeah, like, 4 DIMMs is very different, like, is potentially very different from 2 DIMMs. Like, Quite frankly, I am not sure why the DDR5 spec allows for extra DIMM slots on each memory channel. It should be one memory channel per DIMM slot, and it's like, oh, you want more RAM? Well, get screw. No, there should be like dedicated, ridiculously expensive workstation boards with the extra memory slots for people who hate memory speed. And the reason those boards should be ridiculously expensive is to get people to stop buying them. Actually, that's the wrong way to do it, I think. That's the funny thing is, like, how do you make a product premium? You just set a really high price tag. Like, yeah, I wanna be like an exclusive brand, so just make the same thing as everybody else. Just slap a big logo on it and raise the price by like 10x. Bam, premium. $6,400 is really high for a lot of 7000 series CPUs, just generally. Like, I don't think I have a single 7000 series chip that actually does 6400 stable. It's like, why we have, like, insanely, like, you know, how you have, like, the Godlike from MSI and the, Extreme from Asus and the Extreme from Gigabyte, and the price on those boards is completely insane. And it's just, like, and you have people ask, like, I get people very regularly, like, asking, like, telling me, like, oh, I want to build an ultra high-end system, and I'm like, why aren't you buying an Apex? They're like, no, this is 1200, no, buy an Apex, it's literally better. What is wrong with you? It's like, but the board costs $1,200. It must be bad. No, it isn't. They make it in the same factory. It uses the same Chinese PCB. I'm actually not sure you can get well, yeah, I'm not sure that you can get a motherboard where the PCB isn't made in China. Because, like, when I say the PCB being made in China, I mean the actual PCB, not the component. Like, you'll regularly get, like, assembly in Taiwan where they, like, populate all the components, do all the QA testing, that kind of thing. But the actual printing of the circuit board, as far as I know, for basically every motherboard manufacturer, is done in China. And actually, I've heard that a lot of the motherboard manufacturers actually use the same PCB factory. Which wouldn't surprise me. Because, like, why would you have a million different PCB manufacturers, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. About 1700 XT, sure, but I'm probably not gonna have an answer. Real-time timings do? It allows you to change the timings while the system is running. Very convenient when you're trying to just minimize timings without, like, having to go into the BIOS all the time. No, no crash. Nice. So I guess 12s across the board might work. Because I'm not sure why there should be a difference between, like, writes to back-to-back writes compared to, like, back-to-back reads. Now, read-to-write transitions are wacky, but the other ones, like, yeah, I don't think there's a reason. But these shouldn't all do 12. Also, I'm setting the different dim timings, even though in this configuration they don't do anything. But the thing is, like, if you were actually running different dims, then you would set it anyway. Like, oh, and it does not like that at all. Interesting. How often do you rebuild OS? For the test benches, whenever it breaks. For my daily system, never. Actually, I have heard of, the solder mask in some instances can actually affect the high-speed signals for certain things. I think PCIe is the one where it's, like, a concern. Or, like, what solder mask you use can be an issue. It's like, oh, the PCB's the wrong color, the electrons don't like it. Actually, it's like the electric fields that don't like it, but... I think it was MSI that said, like, they discontinued their white PCB because for, like, PCIe Gen 5 it didn't work or something, or 4. It was a problem. No, actually, we don't need to go into the BIOS. I wonder which of the DD... like... I wonder which of the timings caused that crash. I think the Gigabyte Pro boards now have a very similar finish to the old titanium MSI boards. Let me pull up the PCB pictures I have. Where the hell my mouse? There, my mouse. Yeah, it does have that, like... Oh, wait, no, it's like a... It's not as silvery, I think. But it's not white. Like, it's not... Like, yeah, it's not, like, pure white. Like the MSI titanium boards. Actually, no, it might be the same thing. The photo color's just, like, weird. As far as I know, with AI image generations, the prompts can get quite fiddly. So, like... So, like, personally, the whole, like, is it or isn't it art to me is like, yeah, but, like, ultimately a human decides if they, like whatever image the computer generated. And if they keep, like, nudging the computer to generate a better image, then it's like, you know, like, they're controlling the output to some extent. So I don't know, like, you know, so, like, wrangling the AI model to generate what it is that you wanted it to generate, like, that counts for something, in my opinion. Especially if you're good at it. As in, like, you don't spend, like, a month trying to get it to generate one image. Wait, what? Inch 280 AIO? Oh, it was like an old NZXT Kraken. Yeah. Now, obviously, if you have, like, one of those massive just AI image dump libraries, then it's like, yeah, it's not really art, I would say. But, like, if somebody has, like, a very specific idea that they want the AI to draw for them, and they just can't draw it themselves, and they just somehow, like, brute force their way to the output that they want, fair enough. Like, like, I get the issues about, like, the AI stealing other people's art style and like, copyrighted material and that kind of thing, but the thing is, I've never been one for the whole, like, artsy stuff in general, so asking me about, like, is AI art is like, I don't know, man. I don't really care that much. And even on the, like, side of, like, oh, it copies other people's art styles, but there are, like, human artists who do that. And some of them, like, admittedly, like, potentially a lot of them aren't very good at it. You know, which is how you can tell, like, that they haven't managed to copy the thing they're trying to copy, but, like, that to me doesn't make for much of a distinction. Okay, so 14 works. Oh, and that doesn't. Wait, so wait, the rights are a problem? I guess, like, with AI, we're just gonna have a lot more low-effort filler trash floating around the internet. The funny thing is, like, I actually bought, AI, music album, like, ages and ages and ages ago. Like, this is way before it became, like... See, I'm not sure if it's AI, but it's, like, generated somehow. I guess you could count that as AI, but it's, like, like, it's computer-generated music. Like, the computer... Yeah, no, it is AI, I think. Anyway. And, like, the reason I bought it was, like, yes, this sounds like good background noise. That was it. That was my criteria. It's like, do I care that it has no real words or anything in it? Nah, it just, like, makes good background noise. That's all I really wanted, and that's literally what it is. You know? So, like, I see, like, the idea is, like, oh, like, if for, say, video game graphics, it's like, oh, we need a grass texture. Well, now you don't need an artist to make a grass texture. Like, oh, we need a bark texture. We need like 50 of them. And then if there's like one special tree, you can have an artist deal with that one special tree, but like for the generic stuff, you can have the AI deal with it. Which, like, we already have like a whole bunch of like for games like where you just randomly generate stuff anyway, and it's just like, yeah, it's just dumb. It's just not, there's not much artificial intelligence behind a lot of the randomly generated stuff we have right now. And honestly, that's not even like, oh, it's like dumb, it's just the rules behind the generation aren't complex enough. Right? Because, like, you have a lot of, like, dungeon crawl games where it's like, it uses the same room layouts and it just keeps shuffling them around. And it's like, yeah, well, you could train the AI on, like, a few different room layouts and then get it to generate its own. It's like, now your dungeons are less samey. And the main difference is that the AI is a lot more complex than whatever, you know, like, use room 1 to 6 at random, based on a dice roll rule that you wrote. No Man's Sky. I've never played it, but yeah, like, that seems like a good example of, like, computer-generated, just not very intelligent. Very random, though. Okay, so it didn't like lowering the write-to-write delay, which is interesting. What about write-to-read? That's also fine. 12? Okay. Randomly AI generated. Yeah, like for dungeons and stuff, I think that would be really cool. Yeah, but the whole, like, AI artist thing is just, like, I don't know, I feel like we should have something, like, a better term for that, maybe? Or, like, a less inflammatory one. It's like AI Wrangler or something. AI Manager. instead of AI artist. No, I'm just like a professional AI prompter. You tell me roughly what you want, and I can make the AI generate it in like an hour instead of like weeks or something. Keyword jockey. Oh yeah, I guess that would work. The thing is, as far as I know, for some of the more complex image generations, you actually like have to like feed in like a sketch of the image, and then the AI like fills it in. Is what I've heard is a thing for some generation, and at that point, I feel like it really starts crossing into the art territory. Especially if then, let's say, the AI spits something out, and then you go and touch it up in like Photoshop, right? Oh, it like added too many fingers. I'm just gonna Photoshop out the extra fingers, and it screwed up whatever. I'm just gonna fix it, right? It's like, oh, this texture doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna fix that in like Photoshop or something, or regenerate it. And at that point, it's like, you're basically doing what, like, you know, somebody, if you take a photograph and then you retouch it. It's like... So, yeah, I don't know. Also, I don't really care that much. Which AM5 boards can do 8,000 plus for like full stability? Mainly the Gene. Actually, more like only the Gene as far as I know. There's unfortunately not much data on the other ITX boards. So that's really interesting. The right-to-right transitions don't seem to want to go very low. $7,000 is no-go. I mean, I can bench 7,000, but it's a pain for stability, and I've decided I'm simply not dealing with that anymore on Intel. 7,000, yeah, that's 2-to-1 mode for AM5. Seen M-die and A-die? For 24 gigabit, you can't get 24 gigabit M-die. It doesn't exist. And for 16 gigabit, they're basically the same price, unless you're buying A-die in, like, A-die only bins. So, like, 7,200 and up. Or, like, 6,800 and up. So the thing about the 4-dimmers that can do 8,000 on AM5 daily is like, yeah, they can, but it's a pain. Okay, I'm kind of tempted to start turning off some of these training options because this is ridiculous. It takes obnoxiously long to reboot. And by some of them, I mean all of them. And we'll just have to pray that it still works. None of my... What AM5 4-dimmers do you have? Because for me, on the like Gigabyte X670 Aorus Extreme, 7600 works on literally auto settings. Unless you're like testing it for like insanely long. Oh, you're on Asus boards. Oh, that sounds in line with my Asus 7600 experience. As in, it's really bad. On Gigabyte, it works basically on auto. On ASRock, it needed a little bit of, it needed some extra work, but I don't know, it might have gotten better with the newer BIOSes for ASRock. And I've seen MSI boards do like 7800 on auto. Memory, try it with 7200 CL34 and 8000 CL40 worked. If you're on Intel, that's completely expected. Like, I did a stream with this motherboard and the 2x24 gigabyte Corsair kit. The 8000 CL4, like, the board has the 8000 CL40 profile. Yeah, that booted just fine. Couldn't run anything heavier than Pi Prime, but it did boot. Like, I've regularly run 3D Mark on this motherboard at, like, DDR5 7600. It's completely unstable at 7600, but you can run benchmarks. Stable. Well, you got really lucky with that CPU, I guess. Wait, what did you check the stability with? Test M5 Carhu. Ah, right, yeah, well, if you don't run Y-Cruncher. It tends to make life easier. Y-Cruncher OCCTM test HCI. Well, you got really lucky with that CPU. Like, I've seen screenshots of a Gigabyte B760 board doing 8000 stable. With a 4-DIMM B760 board doing 8000. So it's like, yeah, if you just bin enough CPUs, everything does 8000. Unfortunately for Intel, I'm not made of infinite money, so that's not happening. Aw, and 10s don't work. When's the next video about people's timings? Probably never, because, like, I've never understood why people like those videos when it's just like, y'all post, like... Like, yeah, I've never understood why people like those videos. And I haven't figured out how to, like, make them tolerable to me. Give the people what they want. No. People should learn to have their expectations trashed. And that Santa isn't real and isn't coming. I post my timings in Discord and you ignore it. You haven't already done that? Like, cause that's the thing is, like, people post timings and it's like the same damn timings over and over again, and it's just like, man, I don't, like, what is there to react to? Like, occasionally you get somebody who doesn't know what they're doing and then there's something to talk about, but otherwise it's like, yep, this is some generic Hynix timings, never seen those before. And then the speed is like, yeah, like, whatever speed happens to work is whatever works. Especially on Intel, is like, oh, you're doing 8,000? You got a good CPU. Oh, you're stuck at 7,200? I can't help you. Oh, 7,200 doesn't work? I still can't help you. So I guess it's stuck at 12s. But it's super weird that the right to right, like, does it really not work if I set this to 12 also? Like, I wonder if that's just like an after boot issue, or if it's actually like it doesn't work at all. Alright, what's kind of pathetic? Me not wanting to make videos about people's memory timings? Okay. The memory speed on this Intel CPU? Also okay, like... Well, I didn't ask for a Tachyon X, and honestly, I don't want one. I also, like... I don't think I asked for an Apex Encore. Like, the only way I'm saying yes to a motherboard sample at this point is if it comes with a 10 pack of CPUs, or a CPU that's, like, guaranteed to do 8400. Memory tuning makes a difference depending on what software you're running. You like Halo? No, it's a bit slow. I like Quake derivatives that are like more faster rather than less faster. You went 7200 CL36 TRCD46 versus 7000 CL34 TRCD44. I mean... Wait, what? Oh, wait, you're a different person. The finals? The finals is like 3v3, isn't it? This is one thing that I hate about, like, modern FPS games, is like, I want 12v12 capture the flag. I want an arena so full of players that the skill level doesn't matter, because, like, it doesn't matter, like, if you have a 10v10 or a 12v12, and there's one person on your team that doesn't know what they're doing, it doesn't affect anything, because there's 11 other people who hopefully more than make up for that. But if you're playing a 5v5 and your teammate is an idiot, 20% of your team is dead weight. If you're playing a 3v3, 33% of your team is useless. BattleBit Remastered is based on Battlefield, though. And Battlefield is really slow. Like, yeah, I like single-player games, and then I like arena shooters where there's no, like, team size limits. And the more painfully high, like, fast the movement is, the better. So, like, Sonotic Grappling Hook mode is great. Of the Dooms, I prefer 2016. And then, actually, for, like, single-player FPS games, my favorite would probably be, what was it? Turbo Overkill? Yeah. Or Mother Gunship. BattleBit is it's 125 versus 125. Yeah, but the like gameplay mechanic, like the movement and the guns are Battlefield-esque. My VA screen turns it to a blur in fast shooters. Well, that's why I'm on an IPS panel. Also, if you're playing arena shooters, at least the kinds of arena shooters I like, a lot of the aiming becomes less about trying to track the target and more just knowing where they're gonna be. Because you're not shooting people with a rocket launcher by tracking them. You put the rocket in front of them. Right? Or you put the rocket where they're gonna land. You don't try, like, you can't track them with it because it's a projectile and it's really slow. You believe in OLED supremacy? No, because I've never used one. Mini LED screens? I don't have one because I've never seen one in person. Played Quake 1 on keyboard, only page up, page down. That sounds painful. Wait, what should I try? BattleBit? No, I've already... No, only LG? My main monitor is some Iyama thing. Battlefield 2042. Oh, hell no. Like, I've tried watching, like, the thing that kills me about so many, like, typical FPS games is just there's, like, no verticality. It's like, this is a 3D game and you play it basically in the horizontal axis. Like, if I can't jump my own body, like, player model height, then we've got issues. Tarkov. That's even slower. Like, I've tried playing Battlefield games in the past, it's just like, I've basically bounced right off of them. Pretty much the only, like, modern style FPS games that I've enjoyed would be like PlanetSide 2, and I spend most of my time in that game in a tank. So that tells you how much I like the infantry combat. And also when I play infantry, my biggest problem is just telling enemies from friendlies, because as far as I'm concerned, everybody looks the damn same. And then would Blacklight Retribution, and the main reason I liked that game is because it had like a really cool weapon customization system, so you could just like bolt together different parts and it would like affect the stats of the gun. So I'd spend basically I really enjoyed just sort of like setting up different guns and then playing them in various game modes. Also, it had a X-ray vision as like a core mechanic, which meant that camping was basically impossible because everybody had X-ray vision. So if you were sitting in a corner, somebody would see you and shoot you pretty quickly. Oh wait, I just safe booted, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Oh, it's not gonna restart. I wish I had gotten to play Tribes, but unfortunately, like, I only found out about Tribes when, like, Tribes Ascend was a thing, and basically I never had the chance to really play it and learn how to play it. Yeah, in Blacklight Retribution, I had, like, my main gun was this monstrosity of a, yeah, I had a machine gun receiver because I couldn't deal with reloads. Because I went from, like, playing, like, arena shooters where you literally, like, you don't reload. That's just not a thing. The guns don't have magazines. They just go through bullets infinite, like, until you run out of ammo. So reloading in arena shooters was not a thing. So, like, getting into that habit of having to reload the gun was, like, not working for me. So my workaround was, like, find the gun with the biggest capacity magazine and build off of that. So I was running a, like, 80-round LMG. And then I think I was running, like... I didn't have the, like, real sniper rifle barrel unlocked, because there was, like, a level 30 sniper rifle barrel. I never got around to unlocking that. But in, like, when you start the game, you did have access to, like, this really long barrel that gave you, like, I think it boosted damage and had, like, it raised the recoil, if I remember correctly, but you had better, like, damage over range and something like that. So I ran, like, the longest barrel I could get my hands on. The muzzle brake was also something where it was just, like I was just trading, I threw heaps of recoil. Like, I remember this thing being, like, basically a shotgun if you pulled the trigger down, like, held the trigger down, because it just wasn't, like, tons of, yeah, it was just heaps and heaps of recoil. Very high damage per bullet. And I had a sniper rifle stock on it, so I had, like, the heaviest stock I could get on a machine gun body, well, machine gun receiver, heaviest, like, longest barrel I could get, and then a muzzle brake to, I think, slightly rein the recoil in or something. And so this thing was tuned to, I think, 3-shot at, like, ridiculous distances. And then, so you could, like, tap fire people to death with it quite easily, was my thought process. Was like, at long ranges, I just tap fire it, and at close ranges, it basically turns into a shotgun, and I don't have to reload. I can mow down, like, an entire room of people if they stand too close together without having to really do anything except point the gun vaguely in their direction. And it'll kind of take care of the rest on its own. It was great. I really enjoyed the King of the Hill mode with that gun. Because that was the scenario where you'd, like, run into, like, 3 people crouching around a point, and it's like, yes, this is what this gun was built for. I also had, like, I think I tried to build a, like, close quarters combat variant with, like, a shorter barrel, and I never really used that, because I think it ended up being, like, too uncontrollable or something. Also, what was really funny is in Blacklight Retribution, when you die, other people can pick up your gun. So occasionally I'd see somebody pick up my LMG, and they would immediately drop it after trying to shoot it for a bit, because it's like, how do you control this recoil? And it's, well, you don't. That's kind of the point. Oh, I've played a bit of Titanfall 2. I really wish it had, like, dedicated servers and less Titans in it. No, I'm not reading from any Discord channel. I'm reading from the chat. Ever try Nuclear Dawn? I've heard of it? Never played it, though. Or at least I don't remember ever playing it. I've played Doom Eternal. I didn't like it. I finished the entire, like, I finished the... I didn't get the DLC, because, like, I finished the game. I was like, well, that was awful. And then didn't buy the DLC. Like, 2016 started out weak, and towards the end it got better, and then Eternal was just like, whoa, it never got better. That was, like, the main reason I finished it, was, like, I was really hoping that, like... But no. I guess it didn't help that, like, my mouse developed some really annoying issues partway through, so I had to switch mice to, like, a backup mouse that I have. So I wasn't playing on, like, the mouse that I have, like, all of my muscle memory for. But yeah, I did not enjoy Doom Eternal. Wolfenstein Youngblood? Haven't played it. I mean, I was hating it before the mouse died, and after the mouse died, that made it worse. It's just like I was not having fun playing it on my favorite mouse, and then when I had to, like, when I was on the backup mouse, it was just like, well, now I can't even, like... Because the thing is, I play with the Razer Naga, right? So it has all of the side buttons. So I have, like, pretty memorized, like, weapon switching with the thumb. And then I switched to a mouse where you couldn't do that, and that made things very annoying. Because it's like, oh, I want to switch guns. Oh, wait a minute, I can't. I need to go do it the other way. I've already run this, right? Okay, well, it's a bit slow. I think the primaries can come down a bit at 6800. Increasing voltage and loosening tertiaries for 7200. Assuming 7200 works, like, you shouldn't even have to loosen the primaries, though. Like, TRCD 46 is already very loose for 48 gig DIMMs. Are always ex-WoW players? True. Is Need for Speed 2015 good? I don't know. I haven't played it. Yeah, the Naga, like, I bought the Naga originally to play WoW, but I figured out it's actually really, really great for like arena shooters where you have like 7+ guns to shuffle through. It's just so convenient. I didn't like the, they did a version of the Naga that had like a really angular shell. I didn't like that one. They're back to the smooth shell on the Naga X. Yeah. Right, there was one that was like more pointy. And actually the Naga Trinity also is fine. Though that one's like ridiculously heavy because it has the swappable side panel. Oh wait, it's already open. So Corsair specs this kit at like 36, TRCD at 6. Oh, so we're already below that, yeah, so less than that. Okay, that's probably just gonna crash if I try to lower it more, isn't it? Oh, no, still working. Oh, there we go. Okay, so 39 isn't gonna work. Okay, 39 is probably not gonna pass stress tests. Is it common for B-die Samsung? Is it low bin B-die? Because low bin B-die is like awful. Like if you have like a 3200 CL16 kit, then that actually sounds within expectations. Rage 2? Never played it. Like, I generally don't play a lot of, like, mainstream games, because they look very similar. I can't help myself. It's like, oh look, it's an FPS game. It has... And then it's like, and they didn't do anything. Like, that's why, like, Titanfall 2 is one of the few, like, AAA releases that I've played quite a bit. That's an FPS game, because it's like, yeah, because it's like very different from your typical AAA games. Though I really don't like the Titans, because they bring it right back to like basic ass FPS game again. It's like, oh look, you can only walk around on the ground. I guess technically there's it's North Star that can fly, right? Never really, like, I've only ever played Tone, Scorch, and Ion. Yeah. It has a lot of controls to handle. What? What kind of controls? Okay, I'm thinking maybe trying for 6933 again with this. That's just like the convenient option at this point. Can probably do 10 again. For stability, this isn't gonna work, but we can run that. Right, nope. What artist and album is this? Are you serious? Then I guess you could say I'm the artist. Because it's my solo project. As for the album, actually I'll just drop the link for it. One of the downsides to my naming conventions for my music is that it doesn't really translate into English. Not because it's a different language, just because it's intentionally spelled awfully. Actually, there should be a link to the Bandcamp in the description. For some reason, I can't get Bandcamp to load on my end. Yeah, it's just not loading. What the hell? Alright, I'll try a different browser. Bandcamp. Nope, still not working. I guess the Bandcamp servers are down? Weird. Asus AI OC feature? No, because I've never used it. No, there should be a link in the description. Yeah, there is a link in the description. It's even literally on screen. If you want to link to the music, it's literally on screen. And it's also in the description. So, you know. And the only issue is, like, I can't get Bandcamp to load right now. Like, I wanted to post the link, but, like, I can't get Bandcamp to load, and so I can't remember what the link to the album that this track is off of is. Though it's the cover is white. If Bandcamp loads for you, whichever album cover has the most white in it, that's the one. No, the link is correct. Bandcamp just isn't loading right now. Yeah. Like, try go to bandcamp.com and see if that works, because it doesn't work for me. Yep, doesn't work. I can't get there from Google. Oh wait, now it worked. That's odd. Oh, and now everything works. That is super weird. There, that should work. And now the link from the description also works. So yeah, Bandcamp was just having some weird issues. What timing? What absolutely incredible timing for the website to have problems. It's like, of all the times it could have possibly broken, now. Hardware fix-up during TSC copy. I don't even know what that setting is or where to find it. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything I want to adjust. Well, I mean, we could probably push TWR pre and power down enable. I mean, right to power down to lower. I'm not really seeing anything else that I really want to change. Oh, I guess I could try turn on round-trip latency training. So I wanted to try 36 for this. How that works. I think cast write latency might go down a little bit more, maybe. Arguably, I could smash a bunch of core voltage into this. I mean, memory voltage. Like a bunch of VDD to get CL30 to work. Well, this is the wrong Y-Cruncher version. You don't care about graphics in games? Not really, no. Like, the most, like, noteworthy game for me and, like, that was, like, a recent release would be Cruelty Squad. And then, like, other than that, I've been playing stuff like, Noita... Yeah, like, graphics just... I don't care, like... Because... Like, for me, it's just, like, gameplay, and then it's like, if it looks good, I still don't care. Like, I'm more interested in, like, having easily readable graphics rather than... Yeah, like, I care more about the actual visibility than the graphics actually being, like, good. Because, like, if I can't see whatever it is that I'm trying to do, then I'm just going to be annoyed at all the graphics in the world. It's like, look at our extremely realistic smoke, and it's like, yeah, but I can't see the things in the smoke that I'm trying to, like, interact with, and that is very annoying. The thing is, I'm not even competitive. Like, I don't play competitive games. Like, I've never played a Counter-Strike. Well, thanks for liking my music so much that you considered it worth buying. Right? Like, I like arena shooters because I just like the movement in them, which is why one of my favorite FPS games, basically of all time, would be Mother Gunship, which is very simplistic in its mechanics, but, like, it just feels good to move around in that game. Like, it nails the movement, as far as I'm concerned. And it doesn't even have, like, sliding abilities. You can't even crouch. Like, you literally just walk. You can't even walk. There's no sprint button. Your movement speed is fixed. You can upgrade your movement speed, but your, like, base movement speed is fixed. You press the W key, you get a fixed amount of movement speed out of that. You move in all directions equally fast, so it's not like, you know, strafing or whatever, like, slows you down. It's like, nah, you have a set amount of movement and it just works in all directions. It's like, yes. And it's also really, like, there's a lot of momentum to it, or, like, there's okay, not a ton of momentum. Like, I've played games with more momentum, but there's, like, it's not also, like, because you have some games which have, like, really strong, like air control, or just general movement where it's like you let go of the key and your character just immediately stops. Not a fan of that. I like the movement being a bit floatier, where it's like you let go and the character like carries on a bit. At the same time, I don't like it when you have like, you know, you jump in a direction and then you can't change direction as long as you're in midair. And then other than that, Mother Gunship just has multiple double jumps. So potentially, if you pick up enough double jump power-ups, you can basically fly around the map. And I love that game. I just wish it had more environments. And maybe some more weapon mechanics. Because, yeah, but like the movement in it is stupid simple. But it just feels good. Whereas like so many other games, your character barely, like a lot of FPS games that I've tried, it's like, man, my character barely knows how to walk. You try to go over like some slight irregularity in the terrain and you get stuck on it, or you just like it takes forever to get over, and it's just like, man, what is this? There are games from 2004 with better freaking movement than this. Mostly because it was simpler. So, unfortunately, I never got to play Battlefield 2 or 2142. The first Battlefield game I tried was Battlefield 3, and that already hits a lot of the, like, movement feels kind of clunky. It's not too bad. It's not the worst game. I don't remember, like, if you want clunk movement, PlanetSide 2 is, like, so bad. Serious. The movement in PlanetSide 2 is painful. But no, I played Battlefield 3. My main problem with Battlefield 3 is I could never tell friendlies from enemies. So I kept, like, yeah, I literally just couldn't tell. I know there's the little, like, Dorito indicators for enemies and friendlies, but, like, I look at the silhouette of the of the thing that I'm trying to shoot. It looks like a person. And it's like, is it a friendly? Is it not a friendly? It's like, can't tell. Like, so yeah, like, I really didn't enjoy the whole, like, am I supposed to shoot at this? Am I not supposed to shoot at this? Because that was, like, a very regular occurrence for me. Should I push it to CL30? Let's go for it. It'll look cooler if I push it to CL30. This should work. Ascension to... No, but I'm really slow on, like, processing visual complex input. Like, when I play arena shooters, I can deal, like, I consider myself pretty okay at arena shooters, but that's because the enemy is bright red, right? Like, the typical arena shooter is, my team is blue, enemy team is red, and they're always red. So basically, my brain just goes, I see red thing, I shoot. I see, and it's like, this works. But if I see gray, black, brown splotch, I don't know. What is it? Is it a friendly? Is it a rock? Is it an enemy? I can't fucking tell. That's why when I play PlanetSide 2, I sit in a tank. Because when I shoot the thing that... If I shoot something that I'm not sure if it's a friendly or an enemy, if it's a friendly, I get a warning. Is YouTube blocking links? Yes, it is. And I can't do anything about it. So, like, I've had the idea that one way I could make reacting to memory timings, like, tolerable would be to do it as a live stream, but I couldn't figure out how to make it, like, practical for people to send in timing screenshots. because the lowest TRCD, TRCD has nothing to do with cast latency at all. The minimum TRCD you can do depends on your silicon lottery and memory speed. That's it. So if you're at like 7200, you can probably do something as low as 42. But a lot of the time, even like 43 might, like 40, so something around 43 is probably going to work. So maybe 42, maybe 44. 44 would be like really bad, but I don't know how good your memory sticks are, so. Do you have videos on awful B-die? Not really, no. I have tested some, but it never really made it into any videos. Basically, you're stuck at, like, doing all of your tuning at, like, 1.35 volts, basically. What about 7000? Should do 40, 41. TRCD 41 will probably work. Like, actually, if you just go with the timings I'm using right now, it'll probably work. Oh, I guess. Oh, wait, no, I can't change the resolution because the freaking NVIDIA GPU drivers. But I guess I can do this. Yeah, so timings like this, I would expect to work at like 7000 as well. I mean, not the CL30. That's going to need a lot of voltage, probably. Should I see if we can get CL28 to run? It's actually going to just require stupid voltage. 3200? I think 3400, 3600 should work if you set the TRCD high enough for your garbage tier B die. Do you feel like standing water in your head? What? No? Though, with the amount of voltage I'm about to use, this is definitely going to need a fan. Nope. That would not work. No stimulation. Nah. You know what's really stupid? I have like a heart icon thingy in the chat feed in the YouTube like live thing. So like when somebody posts like long messages get covered up and I can't see a lot of the time what's under it, which is kind of annoying. Anyway, it would be hilarious to watch you grind CS. No, it wouldn't. Because I would just give up. And it looks like we need more voltage. What's your favorite heat spreader? I just use the stock heat spreaders and a fan. You ever played against Rafa? No, because I don't actually play Quake. I play Quake derivatives. I tried Quake live and very quickly realized that the way bunny hopping in Quake works is like way more complicated than what I want to deal with. Like that's actually one thing. I have a theory for why we're never gonna see another big like arena shooter, and that theory is basically all the people who still play arena shooters have their favorite flavor of Quake derivative, and so no matter what you release, you're never gonna get them to switch to your game because they already have their favorite game and they're just gonna play that forever. Right? So it's like I really like I've enjoyed playing Xenotic. I really like Cube 2 Sauerbraten. And it's just like, and if a new game comes along that doesn't like isn't just a straight up upgrade to those two, I'm not gonna play it. It's really that simple. Quake, COD is the biggest Quake descendant? Yeah, but it's like very far removed. Like, I tried playing Quake Champions, and I didn't like the, like, one thing that really bugs me with a lot of modern releases is the lobby systems. Right? Because, like, one of the things that's really cool, at least about, like, the old arena shooters, or just old FPS games in general, is that you could just go to a server, and you could just play on that server. It wouldn't need to matchmake you every 10 minutes, because the server would just load up a new map every 10 minutes. There was no matchmaking queue. It was great. You joined a server with people who played the game for like 10 years, and they'd just destroy you. Until you learned not to suck so much. Like, my progression in Cube 2 Sauerbraten was like a camper in fucking... being a total camper in Instagib and being terrible at it because my reaction time wasn't actually good enough to be an effective camper. So really, when I was, like... So I wouldn't even, like, camp, like, the flag or anything. I would try to clamp enemy spawns. Because I literally wasn't good enough to camp anything else. Because, like... And even then, like, I would... Like, camping spawns, people would get away from me. Like, they would spawn, and I would simply not pull the trigger fast enough until, like... giving them a chance to get, like, shoot me back. Admittedly, I was playing this on a school laptop that was struggling to get, like, 30 FPS, even on low settings, but, yeah, I was trash. And then over time, you know, I got better. Instead of just having to, like, eventually, I got better, where people would try to run away from me spawn camping them when I didn't react fast enough, and I'd still get them, because I'd actually managed to, like, aim to wherever they ran off to. And eventually I got to the point that, like, you know, I don't completely suck anymore. Do you have fast reactions? Not in general, I'd say. Like, I'd say I'm pretty slow, which is, like, why most of my aim... Like, my aim in, say, Cube 2 Sauerbraten... Yeah, like, my accuracy in, say, Cube 2 Sauerbraten is heavily dependent on the map that we're playing. Because if we're playing a new map that I've never been on, I don't know where people come from. So, like, I don't know where to aim. Whereas if we're playing a map that's, like, that I've played a lot, you know, I sort of know where to expect people coming from and where they're gonna be. So if, like, I see them coming through a door, then I know that I need to aim, like, somewhere over, like, left of that, like, some direction relative to that door, because they're gonna be there by the time I manage to pull the damn trigger. That's roughly how my aiming works, because trying to actually track anything, I can't. Like, that game has a, like, chain gun weapon that's meant to reward, like, being able to track an enemy target. When I use it, it's really more for announcing my presence to the enemy than for actually doing damage, because I can't hit anything with it. Whereas there's other players where they'll like that gun I think has one of the highest damage per second in the game. So there's like other players who are actually like really good with it that'll just destroy me, and it's like, no, I will. Any engagement, I rely on the like rocket launcher, shotgun, sniper rifle, grenades, anything but the chain gun. Because with the chain gun, like, I'll use it occasionally to like burst fire a bit, but like trying to actually like kill people with it is just like, yeah, that's not happening. At least not reliably. Like, sometimes I'll get lucky, so somebody just like happens to like follow the path, like follow where I'm aiming, but like actually actively trying to track people is just like, I can't do that. So I am really bad at anything that relies on like tracking targets. Also, that game doesn't have headshots, which makes it really hard to switch to anything modern where you have headshots. What did I want to change? Right, wait, did I bump the oh, right, more voltage. Because we're at CL28. So I wouldn't recommend actually running this, but, you know, it would be kind of funny if it worked at least for a bit. Super Chat is not letting you send? Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. And is there another way to tip besides Patreon member? Not right now. I am considering getting a coffee, though. That's like a Patreon alternative that has an even small, like... So, because I'm assuming that you just don't like Patreon, right? So it's like you just want a different service option. I'm not sure why the Super Chat isn't going through. That doesn't make any sense. That should just work. Hey, CL28! I'm on Patreon. Oh. Wait, so why do you want to tip more? Oh, you said already am. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I have a stupid heart icon next to the comment, so I couldn't see the already am. Asking a lot of questions. Yeah, that's fine. Are DDR4 setups obsolete for gaming in 2024? I mean, you can play games from 2005 or any other year in the past, so, like, it depends. Oh, and that froze. Wait, it needs more voltage? Actually, the memory sticks might be... No, they're not really that warm. I am gonna put a fan over them, though. Not really moving much air. It's not really moving, like, very quickly. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to build a new system with DDR4, personally. And the main reason for that isn't because it would be, like, slow. Yeah, it wouldn't really be, like, super slow. It's just not very cost-effective. Unless you're trying to build something that's, like, super low budget. Because the thing is, like, high-speed DDR4 has similar pricing to DDR5. like, good DDR5. Right? You don't, like, if you're buying, like, you know, 3200 CL16 whatever DDR4, then sure, that's actually pretty cheap. But if you're buying, like, guaranteed B-die spec, so, like, 3200 CL14, 3600 CL14, that kind of thing, it's actually, like, for a 32 gig setup, it's very similar in cost to DDR5. And it's not faster, right? It's, like, competitive depending on what exactly we're talking about. Like, there's still some games, as far as I know, that still prefer DDR4 to DDR5. They're very rare, though. I think there's, like, I want to say Valorant, and that's it, as far as I know, I think. And that's based on, like, other people's testing. So, yeah, like, I wouldn't, like, it's not obsolete, as in, like, it's unusably slow, it's just not competitive anymore, in my opinion. Like, if you're building a new system, if it's 14th gen or like, if it's LGA 1700 or AM5, I can't see any reason not to go DDR5 at this point. I mean, on AM5 you don't have a choice, and on LGA 1700 you do have a choice, but I don't know why you'd go DDR4, unless you already have DDR4 memory sticks that you can use. Right? Because at least that way you, like, save money on it. $4,400. So 4400 2x16 dual rank gear 1 command rate 1 is not going to work on the vast majority of CPUs. Like, my 13900K maxes out at, I think, 4000. Which admittedly isn't really that much slower than 4400, but, like, yeah. Trying from phone, yeah, your phone works. So thanks for the $10. 12700K to DDR5 14700K, but I don't want to miss out on the next gen Intel, assuming it's more than another refresh. I think spending the money, like, you could literally just drop a 14700K into your 12700K system, and that would not be much, like, I'm assuming your 12700K is probably running pretty close to 5 gigahertz most of the time, so if you go to, like, a 14700K, you're talking, like, I don't know, maybe like a 10-12% performance increase. That's if you manually overclock it to, like, 5.556 on the cores. Which is going to take a lot of cooling. So I'm not sure. Like, is it going to be faster? Yes. Is it going to be massively faster? No. Is it, like, do you, like, you know, like, especially, like, the thing is, at that point, like, you're swapping so much in your system, you could almost swap to, like, AM5. Not that I think necessarily that that would be a better alternative to the 14700K, because depending on what games you play, you know, a 14700K is better than a 7800X 3D, or the other way around. But it really, really depends on the application. Because the CPUs are so different. We are at CL28, right? Like, it did actually, like, boot up. Yeah, we're at 6933 CL28. Unfortunately, so at 6800, this would be a lot easier to run at CL28, but unfortunately, like, I don't, like, I'd be less impressed by it. The normies might be more impressed by CL28 at 6800, but I wouldn't be. I'd be less impressed. Honestly, I'm not even that impressed by 6800 at 69, I mean 28, CL28 at 6933, because I know that it's literally just a function of shove more voltage into the memory until it works. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, it's like, oh, I want to do low cast latency on Hynix memory sticks at like, and it's not even at, like, high clock speed. It's like, whatever clock you're at, if you want lower cast latency, you can just shove more voltage into it. It's like, oh, I want to do CL24 at 6000. That's going to need, like, something between 1.7 and 1.8 volts, depending on your sticks. You want to do 22 at, like, 5600? Same thing. It's just going to need insane, right? It just, actually, at 5600, I don't think 22 would even necessarily be possible. Maybe, like, 5400. So, yeah, not sure off the top of my head. Like, what exact voltages you would need for each setup, but, like, yeah, it really is just a matter of, like, this is the speed I'm at, and there's just, like, for each cast latency drop that you want, there's, like, an ever-increasing amount of voltage that you need. As far as I know, the scaling, like, or I've heard from some people that the scaling goes all the way up to, like, 2 volts, but only for, like, benchmarks. It's not actually stable at that point. Also, what? I feel like this is slower than it should be. Even this is slower. What voltage are we at now? We're at like 1.75 on the memory. Then Carhu and TM5. Y-Cruncher is really, really good for stress testing the memory controller. Like, I've seen overclocks that'll run like TestMem 5 and Carhu for like ever, and they'll error out in like 20 minutes of Y-Cruncher. Not the benchmark, but the actual stress test. TRAS should do like 28, 29. For MDI, actually, no. 24 gigabit MDI has like a surprisingly weak TRAS. That's like... Story-driven games? I mean, I guess, like, I played Code Vein for the story. Trying to think, I don't really... Doing 28. I'm assuming you said 20. Wait, let me... Oh, 30 TRAS. Okay, I guess I'll try that. TRAS equals TRCD plus TR... Because they're dumb? Because TRAS, like, so what TRAS does... Oh, actually, no, I think I know why they say that. No, that doesn't make any sense. So, like, it actually kind of makes sense that you shouldn't be able to set TRAS below TRCD. Except... Because the idea, like, so what TRAS does is basically, when you want to, like... So, on memory you have rows, and you need to open a row before you can read or write to a row. Right, and to open a row, you send an activate command. So you send activate, and then TRCD is the delay between the activate command and precharge, which is basically closing the row, right? So if you send an activate command, and then you just change your mind and go like, oh, I actually want to close the row, you're going to send that precharge command after TRAS cycles, right? So if your TRAS is less than TRCD, you shouldn't be able to send that precharge command. Funnily enough, though, apparently you can. I'm not sure why. I think there's like some wacky speculative, like the memory controller just kind of does that, and the memory chips somehow do that as well. So, you know. But the like TRAS, like TRC, this timing, which Intel CPUs don't have, TRC is, by definition, TRP plus TRAS, but funnily enough, that also doesn't maintain that behavior for DDR5. And I'm even less sure why that works. But yeah, like, so TRAS is just, like, the minimum delay between you sending an activate command and a pre-charge command to the same row on the same bank in the same bank group. So it's basically, like, this only really helps if the memory controller, and as far as I know, memory controllers do actually do this, where they'll, like, try to predict what row they need open when. So they'll, like, open rows ahead of time. And if they fail, then TRAS is the main limiting factor for them being able to close that row and open a different one. Which is why you still get, like, performance benefits if you push TRAS to, like, supposedly impossibly low values. Yeah. Like, actually, I'm not even certain that the, like, 28 is actually a limit, right? Because, like, the BIOS won't stop me. But the thing is, the Intel documentation very explicitly says that the limit is 28. And... yeah, and, like, I know for a fact that, like, things like TRRDS 3 is just, like, that actually doesn't do anything, so I think that's just, like, a weird... Like, I think the memory controller auto-corrects that, but I haven't done a ton of testing on, like, setting TRAS below 28. So theoretically, setting TRAS below TRCD is weird. But TRCD plus TRP actually just isn't a thing. Like, that doesn't mean anything. TFAW does nothing if below 4 times your TRD. Yeah. Like, and there's no reason, like, here's the thing, is, like, if TRDS is stable at 8, and TRDL is stable at 10, there's no reason to use like, I'm not gonna add a delay with TFAW, right? Like, I'm not gonna intentionally put extra clock cycles at the end of my activate commands, and I'm not gonna, like, so I can just set TFAW to 16, and the memory controller is just not gonna use it. Because there's no scenario where I would want to use it. Right? So yeah, but anyway, we can try TRAS 30. Yeah, the thing is, we're at, like, stupid voltage now. For this. Wait, is the board seriously? No, we shouldn't need that much. Oh, I think that was a bugged out voltage reading over there. I wonder how stable this is. Never use TFAW and just leave it bottomed out. Yeah, it's generally the best way to handle it. In 232 8i, I can TRDS 4 and 8 and TFAW to 16. Yeah, well, 8i can do lower TRDs than MDI. Well, 24 gigabit MDI. Actually, at 1.75 volts, I think it might be possible to do lower TRDS. The thing is, with DDR5, your burst length is 8 cycles. So when you set your TRDS below 8, it doesn't really do much. Because, like, yeah, you can send 2 activate commands, like, really quickly, but you can't, like, it doesn't give you an extra, like, it doesn't even give you an extra burst of read. Right, most of the time. Because, like, each burst takes 8 clock cycles. So if you want, like, the bare minimum to get, like, no gaps between bursts is 8. But both AMD and Intel support setting it below 8, so I don't see a reason that it couldn't be possible for it to go below 8. Oh, like, I've tried doing testing on, like, 4.4 versus 8.8, and if there is any performance difference, like, it's so negligible, the effect is so negligible that it's hard to measure, basically. And I think I tried measuring it at, like, some pathetically low memory clock to, like, really, because if you think about it, right, if you have low memory clock, your clock cycles are longer, which makes the impact of each timing bigger. right? Because each clock cycle is is just bigger, so the impact is bigger. And I think I actually tried testing for that, and it was like either very slightly faster or just not. It wasn't slower, so I don't see any reason to not use it. Should I raise my VDDQ? No, use whatever works. Like VDDQ, VDDQ TX, like all of these voltages are very, like they can vary by CPU. So whatever works, and also they definitely vary by motherboard quite a bit. So yeah, like you do not want to, like, if you don't have the exact same board as me, then I wouldn't try to copy the voltages. They don't scale either. Depends. Like, you're on an ASRock board, right? Or, yeah, I'm assuming you're on an ASRock board. So if you're on an ASRock board, I actually don't know what voltages you're supposed to run. I have no idea. I've not used an ASRock LGA 1700 at all. Also, annoyingly enough, it varies by BIOS version quite a bit. So, unlike certain BIOS versions, you actually use very different voltages from other BIOS versions. Yeah, because DDR5 is just absolutely cursed in general. Like, this isn't even just an Intel thing that, like, the voltages are, like, very BIOS and motherboard dependent. That's also on AMD. The big difference between the AMD and Intel memory controllers is that the AMD memory controller is a lot more consistent in its behavior on a given BIOS, whereas the Intel memory controller is just like RNG all day, every day on every BIOS version once you push the speed high enough. So I don't really see much point in like trying to push for CL28 when it needs like so much more voltage than CL30 did. Because I think 30 worked at like 1.55, didn't it? Actually, it might even work at 1.5. Let's try that. Because I have safe boot turned on, right? Yep. Like, I kind of wish I had a better answer for, like, the voltage behavior on Intel, but, like, I also don't want to test any more Intel. $7,000 CL30 needs 1.55. Yeah, so at 6933 it might work with slightly less than that. Also, like, in my experience, probably the biggest difference between Hynix memory sticks is the voltage requirements for a given timing. So one issue with the fan, I can't see the postcode anymore. Are these Vengeance sticks? Yup. And they're RGB. Nah, I'm sure they'll be fine. Oh no, it didn't help. The monitor scaling is all... Man... I really, really need to get a PCIe powerless AMD GPU. Because this is so stupid. Because, like, I think AMD GPUs on the, like, generic Windows drivers handle the capture card way better. Whereas with NVIDIA, I feel like if I switch GPUs too often, I constantly have to reinstall the drivers because eventually the driver just refuses to initialize, and then it's just like I can't change the resolution. Like the big stupid. Whereas on AMD cards, like for whatever reason, I don't think that happens as much. Not 100% certain about that, but like I feel like I've had far less issues with AMD cards doing this than NVIDIA. Did the Corsair send dual rank M-Die? Yes. That's why it's RGB. I put in a request for I asked for like non-RGB model numbers, and they were like, yeah, we would recommend that you test RGB sticks, and I was like, honestly, send whatever. Just not dominate it. Like, just as long as the price tag isn't insane, I don't really care what spreaders it comes with. TWR WRSG9. Oh, 9. Oh, so 9 and 10 are the same thing. Oh, I guess 10 should work. Yeah, at 6933. Now, I've been thinking of picking up a WX2100. Right, because, like, if it still has, like, the full-size display port, so it isn't one of the... Like, it isn't one of the Pro cards that only has mini display port. And it's, like, super small, and it's low profile. I considered some other cards, but I like the idea of it not being, like, being a full-height card. Especially for, like, test bench use. So, yeah, I thought... And also, like... I kind of like the idea of just having a WX2100. Plus, they're like 50 quid or something, so they're not ludicrously expensive. I've been toying with the idea of having a WX2100 for like a very long time now. You'll probably do 40 as well? Yeah, you're probably right about that. Cast write latency 24 seems low. It's Hynix. It does really low cast write latency. I've seen some Hynix DIMMs do like cast write latency 16 at like over 7,000. That is an R220 though. Yeah, the thing is, I like the idea of the card actually being, like, relatively modern. What is this? This is Terrascale. Thanks for the offer, but, no. They used to say Pro GPUs. No, they do use different drivers. Like, they do have different drivers, but, like, it's not too much of a concern for... Like, yeah, I'm not really sure why that would be a problem. Does the old GCN support 1080p native without drivers? It probably does. I'm more concerned about it needing CSM. That's why, like, it's, like, the WX2100, because, like, I was also toying with, like, 7750, you know, like, GCN would have been cool, and then it's, like early GCN, because that's also fun to overclock. So the, like, the Fire Pro version of the 7750. But then I was like, yeah, but, like, WX2100, and price-wise, they're not that different from, like, the ancient cards. Also, if I have, like, the other idea is, like, if I have another test bench card, then, like, well, I don't have enough space to really run 2 test benches simultaneously, but... Def drive with no driver. Wait, WRX50? RX580. Oh yeah, no, RX580s are fine. Yeah, that's why I was thinking, like, WX2100, because that's, like, the mini version of Polaris, if I remember correctly. Also, it has a cool heatsink. Seriously, WX2100s look awesome. Wait, is it the 21? Yeah, and it still has the full size display port. And it's not completely potato. It's pretty potato, but not completely potato. It's actually you know, and I bet you can overclock this. Oh, that heatsink is gonna hate me. Wait, what else did they use this core in? Wait, no, they do show... Okay, so we have the RX 550. I think this is the highest power draw card that they made with it, right? The RX 550. And that's... Wait, that's still just 50 watts? Oh man, now I'm... Because, like, you can I know for a fact that you can overclock these cards by modding the BIOS. Because I have a WX Pro Duo. I have one of... Where is it? Oh wait, so I guess that was older? Yeah, I have one of these. And this is overclockable. You can just, like, mod the BIOS on it to overclock it. And so, like, a souped up one of these just sounds like a fun idea. I wonder... Like, I wonder if I can tie the heatsink... Like, because I'm assuming there's, like, a fin stack internally. If I can tie that fin stack into the outer shell, and then, like, put more heatsinks on top of the outer shell. to help the little blower fan, because 35 watt, like, if this thing has a stock 35 watt TDP, then, like, I am going to make that heatsink so upset. Use a generic... No, but for me the point is that it's a tiny little card. So ideally I'd actually want to keep the stock cooler. The other card that I find interesting is like the RTX, what was it, the A2000? The like mini 3060. Yeah, I think it's the A2000. Yeah, it is the A2000. Not that wouldn't be like a test bench card though. Well, I mean, I'd use it as a test bench card, but the main reason I'm interested in that one is like souping one up. It wouldn't be like, oh, this would be a regular for test bench applications. They're not even too. I think on eBay they're not even that bad these days. Though right now on eBay I'm mainly trying to. Rampage 3 Black Edition showed up. I want it. Unfortunately, it's probably going to go for just an insane price. Yeah, it's probably... You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if the Rampage 3 Black Edition ends up costing more than a 2000. Because Rampage 3 Black Editions are just, like, probably one of the most expensive motherboards. That isn't outright, like... okay, it's not, like, ridiculous. It's not, like, insane. Well, for X58, it's, like, way more expensive than any other X58 board. And I've wanted one for ages. Yeah, in the UK they're still at around 300 quid, so they're like expensive, but... Oh, I forgot to turn on round trip latency, didn't I? Yeah, I think I did. Anyway, the A2000, I can wait for that, because as far as I know, those were super popular with miners, so there should be heaps and heaps of those. Yeah, and then other than the Rampage 3 Black Edition, there also is a 1080 classified that I'm trying to get. Because if I have a 1080 classified, then I think I have literally every classified card except... Actually, no, I don't have a 780 classy. And I don't have a 980 classy. Or a 980 Ti classy, but I don't care about that one because I have a Kingpin edition. Yeah, so it's like, I'd like... So, the 1080 classified is like the... So I don't have a 285 classified. I don't have a 980 classified, but I have every... I have either a Kingpin or a classified for every other card, and then I don't have the 1080. So I'd like to have the 1080. Also, the 1080 classified is the last classified with the 14-phase V-Core VRM. Actually, isn't it also the last classified card? Yes, it is. Because the 1080 Ti only had a Kingpin edition. And an FTW3. Anyway, other than that, yesterday I tried to repair a bad memory chip on a GTX 780 Lightning. It did not go well. VGA soldering on like high layer count PCBs sucks. It's so hard to get the board up to temperature. And other than that, yeah, so like I pulled the memory chip, I reballed it, that wasn't too bad. I put the memory chip back on and it went from having like one failing bit to having all failing bits. So I'm not sure if I cooked the memory chip or if it just didn't make a connection. But one way or another, the memory chip wasn't working. Which, yeah. Anyway, I found a card that has a bunch of the same memory chips, so I can use that as a donor. And also, I accidentally scratched when I, like... Because I was preparing to do, like, a second attempt. And I was like, okay, like, adjust my technique a bit, clean the pads on the board a bit better, and that kind of thing. And doing the, like, cleaning the old solder off with the solder wick, I accidentally scratched up the solder mask a bunch, so... Yeah, I'm waiting for solder mask to show up. Well, that should be here by, like, tomorrow, so I might have the 780 Lightning working pretty soon. I'm thinking I'm just gonna run more preheat, probably. Because I was preheating it with, like, 150? So I think this time I'll try it with, like, 180. That's still the same performance. Is the ASRock Taichi Lite the cheapest board with a postcode for AM5? Yes. At least as far as I know, it is. Going to 36 from 48 is really not going to make much of a difference. Okay, so is this a memory controller issue or is this a timing issue? Where's Karhu? Oh boy. 95 gigs of memory. Oh. Ooh. This is going to take like a day to stress test. You know, I might back it off to 6800. Hello? Oh boy. %500 takes over an hour. Oof. Yeah, I might back it off to 6800 just so I don't have to deal with that. Or like, so that it's like less likely to crash, more like. And that's lame. No, still, I find it really funny how, like, for single rank, right, above, like 7200 already starts showing, like, signs of annoying instability, and for dual rank, it's like, nah, 6933 actually works quite okay. Other than the, like, stress testing 96 gigs of memory is going to take a month. What's the, like, ridiculous version of Y Cruncher that gets points? Oh, it's just 1 billion. Man, how lame. There's, like, a lot of submissions for 22.5 and 10 billion. The 14900K is a 24 core, right? Oh, there is a submission for 2.5, so let's try that, I guess. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Next, we're gonna try... No, wait, it was really slow. 48 seconds. Thing is, the top score is some guy running a CPU at 6.2 gigahertz, which, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Here. But I do want to try 10 billion, because 10 billion, as far as I know, uses, like, a ton of RAM. And I thought it would be kind of fun to, like, actually use all the memory. Or at least a lot of the memory. Yeah, see? It uses, like... Oh, it needs, like, 64 gigs. Lame. Speaking of 64 gigs, I should be getting a 64 gig kit sometime this month. Not like all of the RAM showing up. So then we'll get to see the difference between, like, dual rank M die and dual rank A die. I hope there's I hope there's a significant difference, but I don't know if there will be. Oh, it's not stable. The temptation to just drop this to 6,800 grows. Or maybe the TRCD's too low again. Or TRAS, actually. It could easily be TRAS. Yeah, TRAS, TRCD, maybe even TCL still. I mean, I don't know for sure that the memory speed's stable. Though I think with this setup, if this is... Well... Actually, I don't think memory clock's instability would be, like, more difficult to test for on 96 gigs than on, like, say, 32. Simply because the clock, like... The clock isn't really affected by how much memory there is, because the clock doesn't go to the memory array, I don't think. Like, I would assume the clock gets buffered by the memory chip for its own internal use. Especially because, like, the internal of the, like, the core of the memory chip runs at, like, an 1/8 of the memory clock? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think it runs at 1/8. Yeah, I also think in this case it's probably the TRAS, because the TRCD is actually quite sensible. Can AMD handle 4 sticks better? I don't know. I also think, like... Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, I try to avoid these, like, super high-density setups for obvious reasons. Well, actually, I guess, so the obvious reason is, like, 1, they're a pain to stress test, and 2, they're expensive. Right? So, like, getting that much RAM is kind of a problem. Though, funnily enough, I've never had a memory manufacturer tell me no when I've asked for samples. It's just like, I don't want to... Like, I honestly didn't expect Corsair to send 2 memory kits. I was, like, hoping 1, and they sent 2, and I'm like... What? Man, I really hope this isn't going to take forever in Karhu. Because I was really hoping, like, if it's a TRAS problem or something, like, it would show up quickly. I guess, actually, one other way we could test for this. Is I just raise the TRAS. We'll try, like, 36. Like, TRAS, like, especially once it's lower than TRCD, I don't think it really makes, like, too much of a difference to performance, so I don't really care if, like, it goes up 6 cycles, or even, honestly, even if we went all the way up to, like, 40 or something. Huh. Maybe the DIMMs are too warm. What temperature are they at? Where is hardware info? Oh, it's down here. The Karhu would have gotten them pretty warm. Warmer than Y-Cruncher in my experience. They're at 30. That's not warm. It's not warm at all. So what is it complaining about? Oh, I don't have a power limit. Oh boy, this is gonna be spicy. Actually, it's probably not gonna be spicy because it's gonna crash, like, immediately. It's not crashing. This is a problem. How is this still running? Dual rank better in terms of performance per clock? Yes, but generally it doesn't clock that high, so... Or, well, not generally, but like you do lose some clock speed but for going to dual rank. How is it still running? Like, the dims are up at 40 degrees at this point, and it's just like... fine. Wait, it might be CPU. Because funnily enough, this 14900K struggles to run Cinebench with the power limit unlocked. So maybe Y-Cruncher is actually triggering the same problem that, like, Cinebench triggers. No, I'm just gonna punch in the, like, stock power limit. So 253 for everything. Honestly, 255 would probably be also okay, but... I'll go with the Intel spec. Also, I'm kind of tempted to try lower this. I think that's what I use for my single rank setup, right? Like, that does take some of the question out of it, doesn't it? I just use timings I've already tested with at least one other similar configuration. I think it was 34. Oh wait, no, I used 44. Also a TRCD of 42. Like, to be fair, the difference in performance between 42 and 41 is basically non-existent, but... let's try it. Will you be trying these kits out on the Apex? Yes. I'm not sure that I'm necessarily gonna, like, spend a whole bunch of time trying to get whatever to work, but if they, like... If, like, 7600 works without any resistance, I'll make a video. If, like, 8000 works without too much resistance, I'll make a video. If 8000 errors out in Y-Cruncher even, like, once, I'll probably just lower the clock. Until it doesn't. Is there not an OCOS that just have the stress test and so on? Most of the boot up time here isn't the OS, it's the memory retraining. Oh, apparently lowering the VDD2 was a dumb idea. That is really interesting that it needs so much VDD2. It's like the memory controller is bad at, like, writing to the memory or something. Oh, that have all the stress. Oh, you mean like an image that you could download that has all the tools? Yeah, I'm not aware of that. Please recover. Okay, looks like it auto-recovered. That's cool. Yeah, it auto-recovered. So I'm thinking maybe try more VDD2. Like, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen a board where it needs, like, a lot of VDD2 relative to memory, right? Like, the Z790 Dark needs, like, insane VDD2 a lot of the time. $6,000. What do you mean by low 30s? You mean like 30 and 32? Yes. I have an entire video released in December dedicated to what DDR5 to buy. You know, I guess I didn't try to see if 7200 would work at, like, high VDD2. At the same time, I'm not really sure that I want... Like, the thing is, 7200 didn't really want to work on its own, even on single rank. So... yeah, I don't think I'm going to do anything about it. You know, I kind of want to try the, like, low TRAS, though. And low TRCD. Okay, it's set to 10 billion. Let's go for it. And it hasn't crashed. That's always the fun part with this. Well, the power draw is a lot lower, so, you know, that should help a bit. $7,600 on 7700X. In IDA they are the same, yeah, because the Infinity Fabric is a huge bottleneck on Ryzen. And IDA has a very synthetic, the, like, read-write tests are extremely synthetic. So, the actual, like, data access pattern for IDA is basically, like, if you want to think about it like an SSD, it's like it's serial access. Like, it's just perfectly organized in the memory. The memory controller can predict what, there's very little unused clock cycles due to, like, searching through the memory. And it's not really searching, but, like, if you have a random, like, a really random workload with a lot of data, you're going to be bouncing from row to row, right? Constantly. Like, you're constantly going to be in that situation where it's like, oh, I need this thing that's in row whatever that's not currently open, so we need to open that, and we got to wait for that to open, and then we got to pull it out of there and get it to the CPU, and then we got to go open a different row to get something else, and you're going to constantly be, like, hitting basically your CAS latency, your TRCD, right? Like, it's really going to slow down the actual, like, peak memory bandwidth. Or, like, well, it's going to really slow down the read bandwidth if you have a really random access pattern. IDA is basically sequential. There, that's what I wanted to go with, yeah. So IDA's read pattern is basically sequential. Its write pattern is basically sequential. And so you hit the cast latency, like, once. And then it's just read, 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 and just constant reads. And because of that, you don't see the memory performance, you just see the massive infinity fabric bottleneck. That's why IDA doesn't change. Because you're not, like, the memory, like, like, DDR5 so massively outperforms AMD's infinity fabric on peak bandwidth that, yeah, it's just going to measure the same every time. Now, IDA's latency test is idle. So, like, IDA tells you what latency you have when the memory controller is basically not doing anything. So it's not even really that great for that. And it's super susceptible to being affected by other software running in the background. Right? So, like, one of the really common things that people do to run IDA, like, get better latency in IDA is to run it in safe mode. Which is, like, you know, good for measurement purposes, but if you think about it, like, you're not actually going to run your daily system in safe mode for lower latency. That's stupid. So it looks like it was actually just a CPU stability problem. Also, it ran in 234 seconds. What is that in, like, minutes? That's a 354, isn't it? Wait, no, idiot. Idiot. 3.9, so... Wait, what? Well, 6 times 3, I mean, okay, that's 180. 54, yeah, so it's a 354. Oh, that's second place on Hardware Ball. Not that it's worth anything. There, if you have a silly amount of memory and you'd like to abuse your 14th gen CPU, you can participate in this ranking of 4 people. You can be in the top 10 of Y-Cruncher 10 billion runs on the 14900K, basically by just having a 14900K. Kinda cool that I managed to beat this guy who's running like, oh wait, I bet he's on boost. Wait, this is, no, that's 6. I'm pretty sure my power draw is lower. Let's check. Yeah, way lower because I have the power limit enforced. So I'm actually doing, like, better in terms of performance per watt. And performance per clock as well. By, like, a decent, yeah. Well, that's not too surprising. Anyway, so that now ran. So apparently it wasn't a timing issue, and it probably is a, like, it probably was just a CPU problem. So we're just gonna go right back to the 4128 setup. I mean, personally, I would really prefer if people just use, like, pipe prime and Y... Well, Y Cruncher has one issue where it's super memory bandwidth biased. Like, to a... Like, it's not as bad... Like, the thing is, unlike... IDA doesn't react to a lot of timings that Y Cruncher does. But Y Cruncher will literally, like, with Ryzen 7000, one of the issues is that if you're in 2-to-1 mode... you can synchronize the Infinity Fabric in 2-to-1 mode, but Y Cruncher is so bandwidth heavy that it actually prefers desynced Infinity Fabric. So like DDR5 8000 with 2200 FCLK is better for Y Cruncher than DDR5 8000 with 2000 FCLK, even though 8000 with 2000 FCLK is better for literally everything else. So that's kind of an issue. But, like, pipe prime is just generally a very good memory benchmark, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I've not had an experience where I've been like, man, I wish pipe prime was, like, more better at whatever, because it is, like, especially if you, like, it is super latency biased, but also it, like, scales with memory clock really well. So it's not like you're not gonna... You can get an okay score with, like, low speed, low timings, but you can get a better score with high speed and decent timings. Like, as long as the actual, like, memory latency gets lower, pipe prime is gonna run better. Also, it'll run on, like, yeah, like, the one issue with it is it is a bit sensitive to, like, the garbage running in the background, which is true of basically anything that's, like, a very sensitive memory benchmark, so... There's not really any avoiding that. Jake, are you running 7600 with the FCLK at 1900 or 2000? Or, I mean, like, above 2000, because running it at 2000 would be pretty silly. Also, if you can also do like, if you're on a Gigabyte motherboard, you should be able to do CL30, like, really easy. And it might be worth testing, oh wait, it wasn't Jake that was running 7600. Oh, well, so if you're on a Gigabyte motherboard, 7600 CL30 is, like, super easy. You just need to, like, shove 1.75 volts into the memory sticks. It'll probably work. And then the other thing is, not that I'd recommend that for long term, but if you want to just mess around with something. And it'll probably be fine long term, but, like, I feel weird recommending those kinds of things to people. It's like I want to do it, but I'm also okay potentially having to replace a memory kit. Yeah, that's one of the, like, options that I'm considering, like, when I finally update the BIOS on my daily system. I'm thinking, like, either I'm gonna run something dumb like 6000 CL20. Well, I want to run something dumb, and it's either gonna be like 6000 CL24, or it's gonna be 7600 CL30. Because both of those end up in, like, that, like, both of those are convenient to run in that they're not super harsh on stability, because the clocks are actually kind of low, but the timings are just, like, ridiculous. So... Anyway, at 7600, it might be worth trying 1900 FCLK to see if the performance is better. Because it should give you less latency than running the FCLK at 2200. Like, it'll lower your bandwidth, so, like, Y Cruncher is gonna slow down, but, like, it should... I think for PyPrime it should be faster, and there's, like, a really great test on... Like, somebody posted, like, some really excellent, test data to Reddit, to r/overclocking. And I really wish, like, overclocking information was less of a pain to, like, reference reliably. Because it's always, like, you get, like, really good information and it is, like, buried in some forum or on Reddit. So I am gonna... Wait, did it fail? No, it's running. It's just... There. Oh, it wouldn't... For my system, it wouldn't be 6200 CL24. It would be 6000 CL24. Because 6200 CL24 is actually impossible. Because it needs so much voltage that the voltage starts hurting the overall stability. Right, does that data show... Yeah, no, it shows all the way... Yeah, so that data shows 7800 with 2200 FCLK, 7800 with 1950 FCLK, 6200 with, I think, 2200 FCLK? Or something like that? No, 2166, because the SoC voltage is higher. So yeah, I think 7600 CL30 would be kind of fun for my daily system. It's really easy to do. It works on basically auto. Actually, with MDI, I think... Well, no, because MDI generally does looser primaries, so I don't think CL30 would work, but like 34 at 7800 maybe. Wouldn't be too hard. Man, I was kind of hoping that running a 300-watt CPU would make the room warmer. It's kind of failing at that. I mean, I'm sure the room is warmer, but like not by as much as I wish it was. It's been quite cold the last couple days here in the UK. Like the rest of the winter has been like strangely warm. And then occasionally there's like a couple days at a time when it's like actually winter. Wait, did I just... No. So this is a 352. So this is a little faster than my previous run, but it's still not. Yeah, no, I'd have to probably at least raise the power limit if I wanted to take first place. And wait, what did first place run for memory settings? Wait, that was done on a Z790 freaking BioStar board? Oh, yeah. Oh. So I meant, like, I have way better memory, and it's mostly just my clocks that are a problem. I'm too lazy. Nah, it wouldn't be 20% faster. Well, I guess it depends on what kind of games you play, but like I can't think of anything I play that would be 20% faster. You have first place 10 billion, 13,900K. Yeah, but I'm talking 14,900K here. What's the first place for the 13,900K? Yeah, so I'm at like 352, so I'm comfortably in the top 10. And the best... Yeah, this is actually really quick. Oh, it's on an Apex, of course. I wonder what memory this is on, though. Oh, man, 4,000. Oh, it's... Wait. Oh, you can squeeze it into 48 gigs of memory. Lame! Also, that CPU is 450 watts. Nice loop, though. Very functional. I like it. Unlike all the hardline builds where it's like, oh, if your if you ever need to swap the memory or a CPU, you're just completely screwed because all your tubing is rigid. So, you know, it ain't going anywhere unless you literally disassemble it. Yeah, I also think like I'm just like I have the CPU limited down to 253 watts, so I really think it is a CPU bottleneck at this point, but I mean, how long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours? We can quickly do a test and then I'll like put it back to the no. Now we can do it. Oh wait, I just need to change the power limits. Well, it's not just the power limits, we also need to, like, change the load line calibration. Yeah, 320 amps should be plenty. Actually, I don't mean the load line but like the internal load line calibration. I think turbo should be enough. Oh, I guess one other thing I could do is put a 1 in front of this. Right, rated for 7800 CL36. What motherboard? You have an Apex? Wait. Man, this is so stupid. I can't see the message again because of the damn icon. 7836. Yeah, what board? $14,700K and ASRock Riptide Wi-Fi. Wait, that's the new refresh Riptide, right? Man, I don't know. I personally, I wouldn't have very high expectations, but like, a lot of people are saying like the Nova's really good, but I've not used a Nova, so I don't know how true that is. And I know even less about the Riptide. So I personally, I wouldn't have high expectations for 7800 working. Definitely not if you're just planning to use XMP. No, I guess you could still get really lucky with your CPU. Like, I don't know. This is the issue for me with Intel, it's just like why I didn't make any of the like I didn't make any Intel motherboard roundups because it's just like, I don't know. I can't test boards when my CPU just makes everything look like garbage. Like, this is slower. What the hell? Oh yeah, you're right. It's thermal throttling. It's not much slower though. It's basically the same. Yeah, I can't be bothered dealing with this. No, not today. Not after almost 5 hours of streaming. Oh no, no, I wanted to restart. I use Windows 10. Well, Gigabyte rates this motherboard for 8266. Definitely doesn't do that stable for me. I'd say most QVLs are a joke. Nah, for DDR4, there's a lot of pretty solid QVLs. It's just like with DDR5, the motherboard manufacturers have gone insane. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. Did you watch the Frame Chasers interview? No. Even though I might try to, like, I might look into getting a transcript of it, but I definitely don't want to watch it. I guess I could watch it with subtitles, have it muted, or... I don't know. He said they will show you a pop-up in BIOS that you may not get what is written in QVL. Oh, lovely. So why even have a fucking QVL then? Here's a list of things that might work. It's like, you know what might work? Literally any random kit of RAM you dig out of a dumpster. It might work. What is the point of a QVL like that? Oh wait, we don't even want to run this at this point. We just want to do... What's this set up for right now? About over an hour. Okay. I'm gonna put the scale back to something sensible. I guess open hardware info, check mem tweak it. I'm not gonna... Actually, could we just not have a discussion about that channel? Man, the round trip latency timing does quite a, like the training does quite a bit for the RTLs, I feel like. Anyway, oh, actually, I haven't rerun Pi Prime. Oh, I never closed it? I'm kind of wondering. Oh, yeah, the RTLs do quite a bit. Yeah, man, RTL latency does quite a bit. Wait, I don't think I have the correct core even pinned on this CPU. Yeah, I don't. It's one of the last threads. I think 15 should be good enough. Wait, or was it? Wait, I think last time I had it set to 12. Oh yeah, no, that was on 12. Wait, which... What is it hitting? Okay, looks like I got the right core this time. This is pretty quick, actually. 7-2. When the single rank setup, when I went, like, flat out, it was, like, just a bit under, like, 6A, as long, like, on the stock clock. Yeah, like, it was a bit under 7 for single rank maxed out with stock CPU frequency. Anyway, now let's just do... Oh, right, wait, I want hardware info if I'm running Y-Cruncher. Time to smack the CPU. Okay, no, go away. I don't think that. I kind of wonder about my temperatures. Actually, very tolerable because the power limit's so low. At 255 for both. SPD hub temperature, 30 right now. I'm actually climbing pretty quick. Oh, these also have the bugged temperature sensors. Can you run a latency test? What do you mean by latency test? IDA? I'd rather not. And Intel memory latency checker, I don't have right now, so I'd have to, like, get that somewhere. RAM temps are really good. Yeah, there's a fan on the memory sticks and they haven't had time to warm up yet. Also, the room is like... pretty chilly. Because it's like 5 a.m. or something? No, it's 6 a.m., so it's basically as cold as it's gonna get. Yeah, I mean... You could run pipe prime on your own system, and if you're getting, like, similar to 7 seconds, then yeah, like, it's basically the same. Though I guess if you don't have pipe prime, then it's just as inconvenient for you to get as it is for me to get Intel memory latency checker. Thing is, IDA64 has mindshare. Yes, but so do game benchmarks, and do you see me do any of those on my channel? I mean, I didn't run the CPU at sustained load for extended periods of time, so it's not too surprising that the room temperature isn't exactly great. High prime is core speed 2. Yeah, but like you need a lot of core clock to make it significantly faster. I wish I could have multiple PCs stress testing at the same time. There's not enough space to do that. Like that would actually be sort of like my dream setup, is just like a big enough place that I could just have like a whole bunch of test benches running memory stress tests basically 24/7. Never have to turn on the heating again. Also get an absolutely incredible electricity bill. It would be great. Like, it would make producing content so much simpler, because if I had enough test benches running enough different memory settings at the same time, then, like, statistically, at least one of them has to work on basically within, like, a 24-hour period. So I could have like a new memory overclock per day. And people would get super sick and tired of memory OC videos really quickly. Like, my view on it would be mostly like validation of like, you know, an actual QVL. Instead of like, yeah, we hope this'll work. This is like, no, this actually works. Here's how I made it work. My computer's running low on storage space. No, it isn't. I'm not planning to install anything on it. And Pi Prime is 7.279. Wait, what CPU are you on? You prefer AMD? I daily an AMD CPU. And I've dailied an AMD CPU for a very long time. So the thing with Intel is like, well, so first of all, like, which one's better just mainly depends on what application you're talking about. So that's like the first thing, is like figure out if the thing you want to do prefers Intel CPUs or if it prefers AMD CPUs. Because you're not really gonna like... The thing is, I'm not sure. Well, the thing is, like, a 14900K at stock is already like 5.5 gigahertz most of the time. So you're not like, it's not like, oh, if I get a 14900K and overclock it, it's going to be like massively faster than whatever it already was, because there isn't any headroom, right? Like a 10% overclock on a 14900K is 6 gigahertz on all of the cores. It's actually more than 6 gigahertz. It's like 6.05, which ain't happening under most circumstances, and it requires just a stupid amount of cooling. That doesn't change the fact that the 14900K is incredibly fast. So it's like, if you have something that, you know, runs better on a 14900K than it does on a 7800X3D, you should get a 14900K, because similarly to how the 14900K doesn't overclock, the 7800X3D really doesn't overclock. Like, at all. Right? Where the 14900K is like, yeah, if you throw, like, all of the cooling at it, it'll kind of overclock. The 7800X3D, like, goes out of its way to not be overclockable. So if it's like, oh, my number one use case is Intel biased, you get an Intel. If my number one use case is AMD biased, you get an AMD. If you're not sure, flip a coin, I guess? Buy whichever's cheaper? AMD does like 7600 easy these days. I mean, one upside with the 7800X3D is that you can make a 7800X3D system that's like very capable for a very low price compared to a 14900K. And I guess you could also compare like the 13600K against the 7800X3D, because similar multi-threaded performance. But if you go all the way down to a 13600K, you're giving some amount of giving up some L3 cache. Also, the core clock is a lot lower at stock, so now you kind of have to overclock to get into the territory, into that like same clock speed territory as the 14900K out of the box. So it's still going to end up probably being more expensive just because of like cooling requirements, depending on how much you want to push the 13600K or 14600K or whatever. Right, because the 7800X3D is like, what, $350? And it'll happily run on like a $150 motherboard. Even a $120 motherboard. Hopefully 9800X3D will be overclockable. I really doubt it. Surprised RAM VDD2 is so low here. I'm really surprised that the VDD2 is as high as it is. No, I guess you can't see that, but if I'm not mistaken, it's at 1.45 volts right now. Oh, you still can't see it. I dailied a 3950X before I got the 7800X3D. It was fine. Like, there was quite a few games where it was a massive bottleneck for the GPUs that I was running, but like, Like, yeah, I'd say it was fine overall. .45, that seems really high for VDD2. Yeah, I tried 1.35 and it literally won't even post. Like, for whatever reason, this motherboard with this memory configuration likes really high, likes VDD2 at like 1.4 volts or higher. So it's above that. No, I dailied an RX 580, 3060 Ti, 980 Ti. Actually, no, it was 580. So I had Fury X, then so Fury X, Fury, 580, 980 Ti for a bit. Wait. No, 2080, there was a 2080, oh wait, no, yeah, 980 Ti, 3060 Ti, 2080, and now I'm on a 4070 Ti. Well, unlike single rank 8000, this doesn't throw blue screens, so, like, if we measured my ability to do 8000 single rank, the FPS would be 0, because it wouldn't finish the benchmark. So it's, like, infinitely faster, because, like, you can actually play the games. (15 to 20% gains in CPU power from 7800X3D to 8800X3D. I kinda doubt it. But I don't know. Like, for architecture updates, I would kind of be hoping for like 10%, and anything more than that is like a nice extra. Because that's generally, like, honestly, even 10% is like a lot. If you compare it to, like, say, the Intel superiority days, when, like, Sandy Bridge to Ivy Bridge was like 5 or 7% IPC uplift. Haswell was like another 7%. Then Broadwell was like kinda cancelled. Skylake was like another 7-ish%, and then we were stuck on Skylake for like forever. Then Rocket Lake managed to kinda go backwards in some ways. And then we finally got Alder Lake, and it's like, yes, an Intel CPU that's actually faster. Always faster, not just sometimes faster. So honestly, like a 10% performance uplift from a new CPU architecture is like, honestly, that's a lot. Because historically, CPUs don't gain very much. Like even like 12th to 13th gen, if we ignore the E-cores, which I think, like, from an architecture perspective, you should. It's like 10%-ish, because it's basically just clocked higher and there's like more L2 cache, and that's like it. And the L2 cache does like very little, as far as I know, on its own. And the core clock, well, the core clock helps quite a bit, but it's not like we went from like, what was it, like 5.1? Like 5-ish on the 12900K to like 5.6-ish on the 13th gen stuff. Which is like roughly 10%. 12th to 13th biggest clock. Nah, I think Broadwell to like well, okay, single step. KB like got really close. Man, 5.2 on a 12900K is incredibly hard to do, and 5.8 on like anything but a 13900KS is probably not gonna work. Like, this CPU here won't run Cinebench at 5.8 reliably. I don't know when anything is releasing, and if I did know, I'd be NDA'd and couldn't tell you. Like, I don't even really care when stuff gets released, which is part of why I don't know. You got a dud. Well, apparently everything Intel sends me is a dud. Like, the only good CPU I have is like, core clock-wise is a 13900KS, and memory controller on that thing is horrible. Like, if Intel CPUs are so good, why have I not had a good one yet? $13600K was good. It maxed out at like 565 all core. Admittedly, that was just on a regular AIO, so it would have probably gone higher if I had gone for like a full custom loop. But even that, like, it wasn't doing 5.8. But you can do like 5.2 all-core on a 12900K. Like, that is actually doable. Like, you do need a really insanely good one. But like, 5.1 is definitely doable. Like, I would revise those numbers to like 5.1 to like 5.6 basically, rather than 5.2 to 5.8. I guess 5.7 isn't that unlikely, but... Like, the thing is, like, with the frequency increases, like, small, like, once you get to the upper end, a little bit more frequency is, like, way more difficult. Oh, I guess I should have pulled up the memory settings. Actually, will they even be legible? Well, maybe they'll be legible. Alright, also, 5.3 on stock power limits for 12900K, doesn't that just end up power throttling, like, a lot? The VCCSA and VDD2. VCCSA, I think, is 1.2, and VDD2 is at 1.45. Within power limits, not throttling. Yeah, okay. I have one question. How do you stress test that? Do you just, like, run it incredibly rich to make sure that it never crashes? Because that's what the actual CPU manufacturers do, is like, where does your undervolting headroom come from? The safety margin. Wishbone, I don't think anybody here cares about what you think of Linus Tech Tips. You mean high clock setups, because your TDP isn't particularly high. Yes, and your 2 cents have been heard and we're not interested in them. Well, no, it does. Well, yeah, but you are literally power throttling the CPU, so like it's a low TDP setup, right? Because like you're limiting the power. What's your IMC voltage? 1.45, or you mean VDD QTX? So is 14th gen CPU as bad as everyone is saying? What do you mean by everybody is saying they're bad? Because they are really fast. They're just not. Like, they're not an upgrade from 13th gen, which, I mean, I guess if you lived under a rock, you might have thought that they'd be an upgrade from 13th gen. VS 13th gen, I mean, it's not a downgrade. Like, Yeah, like, it's not worse. Like, so it's like... $14,900K. No, it isn't. I know for a fact that $14,900Ks regularly come from the factory, unable to run unlimited power limits in Cinebench. Because mine can't, and I've seen other people run into the exact same problem, and I talked to other people about having that same problem, where it's like, yeah, you run a 14900K with auto motherboard settings, and it can't finish Cinebench reliably. So Intel might have gotten kind of loosey-goosey on the 14900K binning, because instead of like actually sorting for 6 gigahertz, they were like, close enough. Or tested the Gigabyte 6 gigahertz boost in BIOS? No, but I guess I could. TX voltage 1.3. Like, if I reset the BIOS on this motherboard and try to run Cinebench, it'll crash after some time. Because if you clear the CMOS on this motherboard, the power limit gets set to like 280 watts, and the CPU can't sustain that. Actually, I don't think it's the 280 watts, but like the short-term power limit gets set to 4000, the long-term power limit gets set to 280, and if you leave the CPU running like that in Cinebench, eventually it crashes. And I know a bunch of other people who've run into the exact same thing. Those chips with 1.5 volts vid for 6 gigahertz are painful. That sounds like mine. I think mine's like 1.488 or something for 6 gigahertz. Okay, does it droop too much? Like, yes, technically I can fix the stability by raising the AC load line. My counter argument to that is like, who sets the spec for the AC load line? Intel does, don't they? So, why is it crashing? Like, to me, that is, like, that doesn't, you know, make any sense. Like, you shouldn't have a CPU that literally isn't stable if you clear CMOS. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, Intel's entire platform is slowly turning into, oh, you have to fix all the stability issues yourself because we're not going to test anything. We're not going to check XMP stability. We're not going to check CPU stability. We just actually can't be bothered to verify that anything works. And so when you put together a system and you, like, clear the CMOS, it crashes Cinebench. You turn on XMP, it can't run any stress tests. Like... Like, for all the issues that AMD's systems have, if you clear the CMOS, it tends to fix everything. Isn't that a Gigabyte thing? It might be. I unfortunately don't have a bunch of other boards to test with. Drew Regs, how long did you stress test 8000 XMP on the Gene? Because I recently tried stress testing an 8000 XMP on the X670 Aorus Extreme, and it took like 15 hours to get an error. So, like, it could take forever. Three hours VST and 12 hours Carhu. Okay. I'd consider that a pass. Do you have an Apex? I do. Didn't really consider running Cinebench at stock on it, though. Oh, if you've done that in 3 reboots in a row, then that definitely is a pass. I think. I'm not sure if there's like some special scenario where it's like, oh, if you run it for 20 hours straight, that's bigger problem than running 36 hours across multiple reboots. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if the 1 dim per channel motherboard was actually doing 8000 when the 4 dimmers are hitting like 7600 and 7800 with like scary regularity compared to the Intel slot machine of a memory controller. Yeah, I saw your comment about running the more aggressive LLC. Only means like 0.05 more. Isn't 0.05 like a lot? Then again, I guess if you're using the power limit to make sure the CPU just throttles down anytime it's under high load, it doesn't really matter what the load voltage is, does it? It'll just throttle harder the higher you set the load voltage. I don't do videos for gamers. Well, yeah, I've not done any videos for Gamers Nexus. I don't want to do any videos for Gamers Nexus. 5 millivolt granularity is pretty standard on Intel motherboards. Well, I wouldn't say Gamers Nexus went normie mode. They were always way more mainstream than I was. Now, actually, I tried intentionally crashing an Intel CPU with, like, really aggressive load line calibration, and I couldn't. I think there's some kind of fancy new clock stretching thing on the 13th gen and 14th gen chips. Like, I tried, like, Ultra Extreme LLC versus, like, what was it? Low? And, yeah, it's, like, seems to me that they did something where it's like, yeah, if there's massive undershoot, the CPU just doesn't crash. It still crashes if the average voltage is too low, but like massive undershoot doesn't, which is weird. Though I guess that's like the AMD stock boost behavior as well. Didn't Steve get... No, he didn't get offended. Or, well, like, it annoyed him. But ultimately, the main reason I don't make videos for Gamers Nexus anymore is because it was like a lot of like those videos took a lot more effort and I didn't enjoy doing them. Actually, the current excursion protection doesn't work for static overclocks. Like if you're on auto and you start undervolting, that makes the CPU like slow down a lot. But if you try to do the same thing with a static overclock, it just crashes anyway. Right? Like if you don't turn ICEP off and you start undervolting, you lose performance. But if you have a static overclock and you start lowering the voltage with ICEP turned on, it just crashes. So I don't know what they did, but like getting an modern Intel CPU to crash with like suboptimal LLC is actually really hard. They're literally the same PCB breakdowns as the ones I do on my own channel. I mean, we haven't had any in a while because busy, but no, overshoot. So the thing about overshoot due to aggressive LLC is that it doesn't really produce any heat because it happens specifically when the CPU doesn't do anything. Like it's proportional to how little load the CPU is under. Now, ICEP reduces performance even if you just set like negative core voltage offsets. Like I'm not talking about load line. Like you just lower the core voltage through a negative offset and the core, like eventually it'll start dragging the scores down. And I thought like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you could use this like clock stretching behavior to like basically force any stress test to pass no matter what, and that doesn't work for whatever reason. Intel's cringe ads about so AMD has terrible naming conventions. You know who else has terrible naming conventions? Intel. So no, I completely agree that like Intel's cringy, what was it? Like presentation was cringe. And they need to get their marketing department like under control. Probably Yeah, but then, like, if everybody has terrible names, maybe somebody shouldn't be throwing rocks in their glass house. Silicon house. Well, actually, that would also work, doesn't it? Because it is quite brittle. What's your ambient temp? Probably like 18C or something. Let me check. Yeah, it looks like 18C. It's a bit awkward because, like, the ground in the room is, like, really cold compared to, say, chest height. So, like, the floor is at, like, 14C, but at the, like, the surface of the desk is at, like, 19, and there's, like, some storage boxes I have, and those are sitting at 18C at desk height, so I'm gonna go with 18. Because I don't know where else they'd be getting heat. They're losing it to the floor. Mind you, that fan isn't even going that fast. The one on the memory sticks. Hot room. I mean, if this room was at 28C, then the memory sticks would be at 50. Like, the math for that is very simple. Actually, they might be slightly above 50 because they might produce slightly more heat. So they might end up at, like, 51. Man, could my chat not be, like, the place for everybody to air their grievances about random YouTube channels? What temp they'd start firing errors at? Well, considering the refresh intervals at 65,000, probably like 60. I guess I could do an extra run with no fan after, like, getting this, like, the video version of this recorded. I'm pretty sure the SPD hub temp isn't the PMIC temp even. I guess that could be a cool feature, is if there was like a memory stick that had temperature sensors really closely tied to the memory chips. You have 4 memory chips on like each side of the memory stick, so you could just stick like one sensor in between 2 of the sticks. You have like 4 sensors for each side. Though I'm not sure where you would actually report that temperature to, because that's kind of the whole issue with memory sticks, is like the only way to talk to them is the SPD, like the SPD bus, which I don't remember what the real name for it is. And, well, let's just say that's responsible for breaking memory kits with a dodgy RGB software, so putting more traffic on that bus, probably not ideal. Right? Like, you'd basically need memory sticks with, like, a USB connector on them, which is kind of dumb. Like, the main issue with getting temp readouts on memory sticks, though, is just, like, where do you pull the data from? No, I guess we have information from the DIMMs and hardware info as is, so... Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Shit. Well, I guess we're running this at 6800 then. You sure that it's an IMC issue? More importantly, I don't care. Like, especially if going from 6933 to 6800 fixes it, like, what did I even lose? I mean, I guess maybe the TRAS might be a bit too tight, but... Like, it took 23 cycles. It's gonna take forever to verify. I've seen 24 gigabit MDI error out due to TRAS. I mean, if it was my daily system, I would still do it. Like, my daily system literally runs DDR5 6000 because I couldn't be bothered to, like, stress test it. 'Cause, yeah, I don't see anything that I would want to change. Like, I'm not seeing anything that's immediately like, oh yeah, this is probably causing an issue. Does disable iGPU matter? Not as far as I know on Intel. Yeah, I'm gonna really try run Battlefield 2042 on a GT 1030. Also, I'm getting very tired, so I'm thinking of ending the stream here and going to sleep. So, I, like, lowered the VDD2 voltage, didn't I? And now it's, like, really upset. So... maybe I should have run VDD2 at, like, 1.5 volts. So, I run the memory sticks with a fan, and I don't tend to, like, set the refresh interval, like, sky high for no reason. So, no. For, like, the certain temperature range causing instability. Mostly because the memory sticks never get outside the, like, 50 degrees range. Well, okay, so I'm thinking I'm going to take the lazy option out of this. I'm going to crank TRAS. We're going to go back up to 6933. And I'm going to give it like 1.5 volts. Hopefully it doesn't immediately explode, and then I'm going to sleep. And then I'll wake up, and it'll probably be errored out. But, you know, that's Intel overclocking for you. Yeah, that seems like a good number. Like, honestly, my theory for why it needs so much VDD2 in this setup is that it's actually struggling to write to the memory sticks. Wake up to a bricked OS? Nah. You know, you could just buy some tall brass standoffs on eBay and then just screw a fan into those. Or zip ties. Zip ties exist. You could, like, zip tie the fan to point at the memory sticks and call it a day. Because, like, if you have a case where the threads for the motherboard bolt, like, motherboard screws are, like, M3 or M4 or whatever the weird one from the US is, I think it's 632. Anyway, yeah, you can just buy, like, really tall standoffs in that thread on eBay that are like one end male, one end female, and then screw that in, and then screw the fan into that. And the fan will be like bolted in place above the memory sticks. Why use a fan to hold down a fan on a $4,000 PC? Because it's a fan and it's not going to perform better if you spend more money on it. I mean, I don't know why your PC costs if you have a 4090, I guess that's where most of the price comes from. If anything, I'd say that's all the more reason to use zip ties, because then you can spend money on things that actually matter. Like memory, but not fans. I guess the setup is already stupid expensive. We need to make it more expensive. Too tired to remember where VT3 is at this point. Please just work, you stupid CPU. Case with good airflow. Any case and take the side panel off. The LN2 makes the CPU go faster. Whether or not a fan is held in place by zip ties or a fancy metal bracket makes utterly zero difference to the effectiveness of the fan in its mission to cool the memory sticks. Like, I guess if you're trying to go for some, like if you have the fan going, like, very low RPM and you really need to dampen vibrations or something, then I guess some kind of bespoke bracket to hold it in place might actually serve a functional purpose. But if that fan is going at any RPM where it actually moves significant air, you can just zip tie it to the case and it will make no difference as to whether or not, and the effectiveness of the fan will not be affected. So basically my view on this is very just like, well, if it makes it work, like if it works, then why would you do anything more with these? It's like how race cars don't need interiors. Right? There's a seat, there's like the control electronics, and there's potentially just wires everywhere. So similarly, your like very high-end fast system does not need a bespoke fan holding bracket when the fan works just fine using zip ties. Then again, I've never understood why people like okay, that's not true. I can kind of understand why people like hardline tubing. I still don't get why so many people do hardline tubing, because it just seems so utterly impractical when it's like soft tubing exists, delivers the exact same performance, and like, you know, is like convenient instead of pain and suffering. 3D print a bracket. Yeah, if you have a 3D printer, then sure. Honestly, you could tape the fan into position for all I care. Like, my biggest concern with, like, tape would be that the tape, like, lets go after some time. Which, with zip ties, I wouldn't be worried about for just holding a fan in place. Though I guess you could get some pretty strong tapes as well. And then, yeah, sure, it's like... Though, like, if you ever want to change anything about the fan, it's going to be kind of a pain. So that's sort of like, yeah, that's like sort of my main consideration with, like, most system, like, I guess, choices, is like, how hard is it going to be to change stuff? And then, honestly, the zip tie there is, like, I don't like the fact that the zip tie is, like, a single-use-ish item, unless you get, actually, I think they do make some, like, reversible ones. But yeah, if you buy just, like, generic zip ties, anytime you ever want to adjust that fan, you're gonna have to use more zip ties, which is, like, I don't like that. Not because the zip ties are expensive, it's just like you're eventually gonna, like, if you do that often enough, you're gonna run out of zip ties and then you're gonna have to go buy more of them, which is a pain. The heat may be a problem with tape. You can get some pretty strong tapes out there. Well, you could use like a shoestring to hold the fan in place, and then it would be then it would actually be like reversible because you could just untie it and then retie it. Super hot. No, hot glue is. I guess hot glue would probably work for a fan. Use bread tie. What on earth is a bread tie? Well, like, basically any piece of random, like, wire-esque object, like, anything that's somewhere between string and wire can hold a fan in place. If it's vaguely derivative of string or wire, you can use it to hold a fan in place. Double-sided tape is my solution to RAM fan holder and has been the last year. Too. Yeah, the main problem I have with that is if you ever want to move the fan, it's going to be kind of difficult. Just grow your hair out in its free string. They're onto me. You still suck up, right? Yeah. How would I, like... So, first of all, I don't suck it up. It's more like jam it when I, like, swallow food too quickly. And it's not just rice. Yeah, but probably if I'm rushing to eat the food, I'm not really thinking about the eating of the food, am I? So kinda hard to, like, preempt that. It's like trying not to forget that you're gonna forget something. Or, well... No, that doesn't work. I'm way too tired. No. I'm pretty sure if I tried swallowing fast enough, I could get some, like... We're not gonna get into it. It doesn't, like... The issue isn't the, form factor of the food, it's me trying to swallow it way too quickly. Because, like, I've gotten, like, bits of cookie stuck in the back of my nose. Like, really the only solution I see, like, benefit I can see with the chicken is if I swallowed it before chewing. Man, freaking Intel CPUs. I guess it's just decided that it's just not gonna work now, is it? Well, I'm too tired, so this is over. So, yeah, thank you for watching. Thanks for the super chats, and goodbye.